Hello, 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 everybody. Let me just do one more thing over here.
Yeah,
All
yo,
right.
the Yankees are losing right now. They lost game one. So I'm a little bit tight about that, but you already know. I'm a Yankees fan, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, we never heard you talk about baseball. You talk about basketball. You talk about football. You never talk about baseball." Blah 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 blah. I got fired from UPS. The United Parcel Service. Brown, what can Brown do for you? I got fired from UPS in the year 2000 because the Yankees and Mets were in the Subway Series. You remember
Uh,
the World Series back then? If I had
well,
tickets,
I'll be
and it
honest.
was
I'm one of them fans that once my team is knocked out, I like stop paying attention.
got yeah, yeah, and that's okay. But what I'm saying is like, you know, uh, we actually, me and my man Mel, we got fired from UPS for going because we decided like, yo, we got tickets. What do we do? Do we go to work or do we go to World Series?
No, I mean,
And now,
easy
now
choice for
have
me.
we correct? Now have we not gone to that in the year 2000? It would have been 2024 when we like, you, there's a Dodgers, Yankees. It wasn't Mets, Yankees, but it was close to being Mets, Yankees. Let me say that.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, and you would think in a perfect world, typically, um, I'm out here in LA. I would be rooting for LA, but like a guy said to me the other day, "Go Dodgers," and I'm like, what do I say back to that? Because it's like I don't. I, good luck, buddy. I mean, I'm not gonna say go Dodgers back. I mean, I don't. I completely neutral. I am
Hmm.
completely neutral. I can't just. I just can't jump on the LA bandwagon. I can't just be a bandwagon fan. And then at the same time, the Yankees have taken too many of our players for me to ever root for the Yankees. So when I look at the Yankees and the Red Sox, how many players that they've taken from us, I can't in good conscience root for them. So that's where I stand on that. Um, to everybody, I had a super busy week, so I'll forewarn you that I've been out of the loop on a lot of things this week. That's the reason why I decided that we're just going to kind of leave this more of an open show. We'll talk about a couple of the big topics that I know that are going on, some of the political updates. We will talk about, of course, the Israel attack in Iran. Um, and then I guess we'll kind of just let the show flow from there. Chris has a couple of things he wants to bring up, and we'll
For
go in
sure.
from there. But I want to throw shout outs early. Let's see, Yonina has made sure to let us know she is present. Wesley says we're off to see the wizard. I can always like that twofold reference. How it's used in multiple ways. Actually, it's used like gazillion ways now. Um, Shout out to those who are listening, whether you are listening on the YouTube side, whether you're listening on Rockfin, Facebook, wherever you're listening from. We're glad to have you here. Like we say all the time, you could be anywhere else, but you are here with us. So I guess we can go on ahead and get started. I guess we probably start off with the whole Israel Iran because there's not a whole lot on that one. It seems like this strike was a limited strike, and it doesn't seem like it was. I'm not so certain that this is going to be the strike that's going to lead to major provocations. Um, though I did hear that there's possibly confirmed three casualties from this military casualties. I did hear
You
Iran say
said
that there will
three.
be some
You
kind of
said three.
three. Yes. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's your thoughts. I mean, that's just the top line on it. The I
No, I'm just
missile defense system did shoot down a lot of the stuff that came from Israel. So
even from our conversations on here, and even our personal private conversations offline, right? You already know how I feel, what I think. You know what I'm saying? You would be if look, if shit ever happened and they ever hit Marcus, it was like, yo, this guy is crazy.
mhm.
Marcus would have to be like, no comment. He would have to like bite his cheek, uh, and not say anything and
I
just,
already do
you
bite
know.
my tongue on a lot of stuff. I don't I mean we can't
No, I
really
know, but
go in
what I'm
all the
saying is,
way how we really feel on everything.
yeah. But I say all that to say that uh, you said three people passed away. Okay,
Hmm.
then that's not necessarily a military strike.
Well, I'm saying as far as that they were military personnel, that's what was reported.
Yeah, yeah, but you already know if we wanted to inflict, maximum damage or major damage, or even uh, something to write home about, we wouldn't sacrifice three people,
Yeah,
three
I
non three no- three three people who don't have a name.
yeah, I think that honestly the reason why I don't think Iran will really push back too hard and kind of be like we'll take that is because I believe that more people died in that attack in Israel than Israel let on. I think Israel is kind of lying about how many people were actually hit, and Israel does that a lot.
That's all they do.
They do not report the actual real effects of what happened. Like for instance, if it was like the in an American base, if they said 15 people were harmed, 15 people got harmed. They're not going to the US has we don't feel any reason to be like, nah, you didn't actually hit our people because they know that they can mount an attack back equally. It's just why even lie about that? In most countries in the world, I'm not saying that the US is good or our military is good. I'm not saying any of that stuff. I'm saying most militaries around the world wouldn't lie about that. Israel is basically one of the militaries that you can't take anything they say for granted. I mean, you can't take anything they say seriously because you never know what kind of angle that they're spinning or if they're telling the truth. And I would throw Iran in the kind of same ball game with this. It's when you have people where they do have to bow to the pressure of their citizens. They do got to play a little bit of a political game. I don't feel like the United States or a lot of these other countries necessarily have to bow to the pressure of their citizens. So they kind of, well, in the case of America, I feel most of the citizens are either don't give a damn about what our government is doing or ignorant to it. So therefore, they don't really have to lie to us.
No, they really don't. They don't have to lie to us at all.
They now
But
on other shit. I'm not saying that they don't lie to us. They lie to us on all kind of stuff, but on something like
on
that, on that, nah, they'll give it to us straight.
yeah, no, I agree. I
I
agree.
mean, it's
Yo,
just
but
like
hold on before we
I was gonna say real quick, perfect example when you had those troops who died under Trump administration in Chad and Niger. These were these were special operatives. A lot of times they don't even disclose that kind of stuff. They tell the
no,
families
they
and it
don't.
just don't hit the papers. But for them to say, "Yay, we're going to be forthcoming and tell you that this happened in a country we're not even really supposed to be in,"
Being correct.
it shows a little bit more credibility than dealing with fucking Israel.
Well, and speaking of to your mention of Niger, Burkina, and who's the other, the third one? Mali, is it?
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the three, they formed a coalition, and they haven't messed with them yet. Well, they've been trying their first, second, third level. You know, uh, it's like a video game, right? They're attacking them on the level 1, level 2, level 3. They haven't ascended to level 8, 9, and 10 yet. So
Well,
we're
I think
in those
also
countries.
I think also part of the reason with that is because right now France is more tied up with internal pressures, and they kind of
That part.
it's kind of
Yeah.
was it Grand Theft Auto? They kind of got to get their stars back down for a minute
Yeah.
before they can get but
Yo, you stupid. But that was good.
but they definitely will. They're gonna try the coalition. They're gonna try them. It's not a matter of if; it's a matter of when. They're going to try them. Now we'll see how effective they are, and hopefully they're not effective. Hopefully, the longer it takes for them to attack, the stronger that coalition gets, and they're able to push off the attacks and be able to build more allies and things like that. And I honestly believe that that's a strong possibility that what could happen. The longer this partnership works together between Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger,
And
that it might be. Well, we're not pronouncing it correctly anyway. I mean, because there's no soft G in France, which that's where that name comes from. So, and I tell you, anybody who wants to really look this up, look at how Niger is actually supposed to be pronounced, and that'll tell you a whole lot about what they thought about those people.
Jonina, I see Jonina in the chat. She has to DM me because she and I disagreed about certain events, but I'm bothered that you're not in my DMs. Pause. Let me not say that. It's nothing
You're
funny,
like, well,
money.
you ain't talking to me no more love.
Yeah. It's nothing funny, money. Like, she's not saying nothing inappropriate or crazy, but just the information. So, I would appreciate you continuing sending me messages. Thank you. That's all I'm saying. And we're about 15 minutes in, y'all. Everybody was good. We appreciate y'all coming through. But we didn't start our usual. Marcus was good, man. How you doing? How was your week?
Dude, it was exhaustingly busy, and my days start merging together. We had inventory, so I mean, I was working like crazy hours. I mean, what was it, like Tuesday? I think I worked from 6 a.m. to like 9:30 p.m.
You getting overtime money?
Oh, of course.
Oh, can I borrow $1?
Pay wise, it's probably going to be a good couple of paychecks coming up. I'll say that much.
Look, I have Zelle. I don't have Cash App. So if I tell you, hey, I need $100, if you Zelle it to me, I'm gonna get $100. Cash App want to send you like 98.61. You know what I mean?
Hey, it's gonna be much needed. Like also with I've been taking on more responsibilities at work, and I don't have an official title or anything, but with all this stuff
Thomas
going
is in
into
the chat.
my evals, I just hit my 5-year mark at work not that long ago. So
Thomas, I just want to let you know, I see your posts and the things you write on YouTube. I may just only
you just don't respond.
No, I may just hit like the heart or just real quick, but I see this shit. But trust me, my brain be like, oh yeah, but I'm at work and I got mad shit going on. So it's like, I can't really dedicate the type of response I do. But just know I see your shit and I'll be like, okay, you really put forth mind provoking things. and they're actually legitimate, and I appreciate it. So just real, recognize real. You know what I mean? That's all.
I honestly, one of these times,
Whether I agree or even disagree, that doesn't mean we have to see things eye to eye. But regardless, whether or not, y'all saw me and Marcus like get into a back and forth a couple, last month this time? I don't know. Y'all saw me and Marcus yelling and screaming at each other. Y'all don't even know. After that show, we just like this, how we are now, minus the live button. We were on here talking for probably like 30 or 40 minutes afterwards.
It might have been longer than that. We might have talked another hour afterwards. I mean,
you see what I'm saying?
And then the next day talked for probably about another hour or so too. So, I mean, yeah.
So just to let y'all know, you know what I'm saying?
You got to have that mental combat going back and forth, and iron sharpens iron, and still sharpens. But this is what I wanted to say. Thomas, put this out here right now in front of everybody, a formal invite. I know I've talked about different stuff, but a formal invite on one of these times we need to get together. I would love to have you on the show, interview you, pick your brain. You saw my interview style. You know how I do it. I just want to get Thomas on the show. Let him drop some knowledge. I saw it's all said too. That's funny. But I just want to give let at least especially a lot of the people in the audience who haven't taken the time to go over and check out Thomas's channel to just like kind of hear some of the stuff that he has to say. And so says we'll see. He always stiffen us off, but hopefully we can get him on here to talk one of these days. Even if it's not on the political matrix, if it's just, it would be on this channel because I'm trying to move a lot of the content that I was doing, even on the other channel, onto this as one channel. Of course, not the Hebrew Apologetics, that's separate, but I just want to get it all on here.
Huh? Marcus, did you see the headline about where they said Cuban Americans are going to be supporting Trump in record numbers here in South Florida? Did you just see the headline about that at all during the week?
I didn't see it, but I just kind of assumed it.
And so with that being said, regardless, when I was in New York as a kid, I knew the Cubans in Florida. In 89, 90, I knew the Cubans in Florida were always Republican, right? So we'll leave that alone. Fast forward to 2024, they're like, "Oh, the Cubans in Florida." Why is this news? Really right? And at the end of that particular group, always votes Republican. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Cubans in Miami in particular, they've been rocking with the Republicans since Reagan.
Marco Rubio is the senator for how long?
Yeah.
You may not mention his name much, but he's been a senator, and a lot of his money, support, and all that comes out of the 305.
Shout out to
so it was just very weird. No, shout out to
it'd be messing me up. For people who don't know or just not usually tune in or haven't heard us say this, there is a slight delay. So sometimes I'll be kind of stepping on something Chris is saying. It's not on purpose. It's not on purpose. So, gotta work the double Dutch. Sometimes it works pretty smooth. Sometimes your feet get tripped up.
Exactly.
But I was gonna shout out to La Señora Chomonique. She says hola to everyone. Speaking of Chamonique, for Spanish speakers in the chat, guys, check out her page. It's her channel. It's definitely interesting. I guess she has enemies. So
I got enemies. Got a lot of enemies. That's Drake, and people would say
Oh,
I
he definitely
dislike
got a
Drake,
lot.
but
But I mean, yeah, definitely, we try to support everybody within our community. So, you know, uh, definitely check out her channel. I mean, I think she takes it in jest and kind of funny.
Marcus, I meant to
But
hit you up, but
shout out to you.
I meant to hit you up earlier today, but I was like busy. My hands were full. I was, doing a lot of things around the crib, right? So I really wanted to put hip hop in the um, title because there's a lot of hip hop shit going on or things happening in the hip hop world that I would like to discuss or talk about because the side note I'm so happy that the election is what next week.
Not quite like 2 weeks. Hey, peace, Dove.
Not next week, but the following week. I'm counting down the day until that happens. Do I care if it's Harris or Trump? I don't. I just will be happy when it's over. Thank you,
Yeah.
Saul. 10 days.
Yeah. Speaking of
I'll just,
that, I'll say,
I'll just be
and I
happy
do.
when it's over.
And speaking of that, I mean, we will talk a little bit about because I was kind of wondering like your perspectives on their campaign stops and stuff that they've had going on recently. Of course, we know that Trump had his big interview on Joe Rogan. And it was rumored that Kamala was going to have an appearance on there also. But I guess her camp decided not to do it. But
No,
Joe
because
Rogan was
Kamala.
saying that. Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just to your point. Kamala can't do Rogan. She has to
He's
go
saying that
to.
he's still leaving up. He's leaving the doorway open for her.
When I say that, it's not because Rogan would attack her. Joe Rogan would actually be sympathetic to Kamala Harris
Mm-hmm.
if she showed up on the show. He would be actually deferential to her. And
Yeah,
if he did press her, he would say to her the fact that he would say something like this, like, I know you're a New York Giants fan, and I don't want to insult the Giants,
San
but
Francisco Giants.
you haven't really been that good lately. Uh, what are you going to do to change that? You understand what I'm saying? He wouldn't come at her like Sean Hannity or O'Reilly or
But
Limbaugh or
but
Glenn
I
Beck
but
or any of those.
I heard somebody make a strong point though, a valid point. And I'll hit that, and I'll hit this one thing real quick too,
Yeah.
because he really was trying to he's still trying to leave it open for that interview because Trump was like, can you imagine if Kamala was here, she would have collapsed on the floor by now, and I mean, of course, over the top kind of Trumpisms.
Yo, no, son, hold on, pause, time out. Well, hold on. Let's just have a moment of silence for like 2 seconds. You can hate the orange haired dude from the neighborhood I'm from, but let me just say this. The shit he says is funny as fuck because he's not the most eloquent speaker, as Joe Biden said about Barack. He's not articulate, but the shit, orange hair, sprayed tan, the shit he be saying, dog, is fucking hilarious, dog. For somebody who claims to be a politician. There are Bill Clintons, there are Barack Obamas, there are Ronald Reagans, there are George Bushes, But Trump, yo, it's like he's driving a car with a flat tire, but he's still beating everybody in this race. That is something that needs to be accounted for in history. It doesn't mean you have to be supportive of it, or you have to like it, or you have to hate it, or you have to be emotional. I'm saying just as a note in history, it's that, wow, this phenomenon was actually successful. That's actually taking a shot at society. The fact that somebody like this dude,
Well, and what Saul says there is what
is
exactly what it is.
wild.
He says a bunch of wild and crazy stuff when you catch it in clips, but because he's so long-winded, if you listen to him, he is a convincing salesperson. If you sit there and isolatedly just listen to him talk,
Listen to
he
him.
can
Correct.
be. But if you don't know any better, you don't know how much of the
You
stuff
don't
he's
know
saying is
better.
horseshit. I mean, I'm listening to the stuff he's saying, and I'm like, I would hate to have to be a fact check person on this dude because he says so many lies, but he says them so. I mean, he says it with his full chest. With his full
he's
chest.
saying with his, he says it with his dick in his hand and his other hand on his heart. Like, I swear to you, I will get this. Like, and when you see somebody doing that, you would say, like, well, if you're a fan of that, you would be like, well, he's not lying. He's got to be telling the truth.
Well, when you're talking to fucking, you know what? I'm trying to find the nice way to say this. When you're talking to people who are used to dealing with people who, when they speak to you like that, they are or 1000% behind what they're going to do. And this is one issue why I feel a lot of like Southern voters get tripped up by a Trump. Why so many are so hardcore for him is because they are used to people who are more about their word. And they're used to when they hear a person talking like that, that person is legit. Their word is their bond. They're not used to somebody like a Trump whose word is not really worth shit. That's what I would say. But what happened?
Okay, so let me ask you this. When you say Southern voters, you know, go more into that.
When I'm saying Southern voters, I'm talking about a lot of Southern people who are born with Southern culture, born and raised in the Floridas, Georgias, Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, that you are born and raised there in this culture where in a lot of times in these small towns, a guy can say to the guy in the store, hey, I'm a little short, but if you can give me these groceries, I promise I'll come back and pay you next Friday when I get paid. And in many of those towns, they're like, okay, because I know this person is going to come back and pay me. You can't do that in a lot of places in a lot of major big cities. You cannot fucking do that shit. That would not work anywhere. But I've been to places where that is the people really do that kind of shit.
You know, Jamaica Ave is not really Jamaica Ave no more. You know what I mean? They really you know, it's over. You know,
you do that. Tell me this. You do that shit in New York. Are they coming back?
It depends. Yeah, most likely back in the day, yeah, you were.
Back in the day, but now for the most part, they not coming back to your fucking store.
Yo, Lucy, what up?
What up, Lucy?
Is Blue Moon Lucy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure because
unless somebody's trying to pretend to be her, but I think it's probably her. She just shortened it.
I just wanted. Oh, okay, yeah, good. I just.
But yeah, I'm saying like for instance, out here in LA,
she don't like Shiva, or actually, let me not say that what she likes or dislikes. She put some information about Shiva out there, and it was, you know, clearly highlighting the fact that he's not as consistent as he should be, and that he is 1,000,000% full of himself. You know, we went off on
No,
Mr.
I
Brown
think Lucy's on the
last
same
night.
page with us. I think she's on the same
Yeah,
page with us on her
you
feelings
know,
towards
although
towards
the
Chiva.
things, this is what I say, right? We can take ideas from people. We don't need to take the people with the ideas, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can separate the two. It doesn't matter. Okay, fine. If you're a stupid ass and like a broken clock, you're right twice a day. If you gave me something that made me say, "Oh shit," like that's a good. If I have to take that from you, but leave
Mm.
you behind, I'll take that. That's fine. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't know. Interesting. What do you think?
Oh, I couldn't agree. I could not agree with her more.
Yeah, I just
Just
want to put
listen
that.
to
I'm like,
him.
I don't know.
You and I do this show. We put forth our opinions.
Mm-hmm.
We might seem righteous at times, or we might seem as if we think we have it all figured out. But I'm here to say today, I personally, speaking for me, I don't have anything all figured out. I'm thinking just like everybody else. If you disagree with me, you're not stupid for disagreeing with me. We can spar with ideas as long as it's uh, as long as we sparring on some truly logical shit, things that make sense, and we can put facts, etc., behind it and next to it, then that's okay. If I'm like, Marcus, you're from the moon and you just jumped here, so this is why you're saying what you are, then we there's no need for any kind of discussion, if that makes sense. I hope you
Mm-hmm.
guys, kept up with me. Marcus, I hope you
Yeah.
know.
Oh, definitely. I was gonna say, one of these times we got to have Lucy back on here. I've been watching, like, I don't know when it started, but I think I noticed Lucy kind of start going down some different threads and rabbit holes, and it's been kind of taking her more into more of the topics that we talk about a lot more frequently. And so I'm like, interesting. What's she talking about over here? And my eyes perked up, and so I was like, yeah, been a while since she's been on the show, so definitely need to talk
The
to her.
thing is, because you and we're not thirsty for popularity. A lot of people who do what we do in this space, they are extremely thirsty for popularity. You and I are not thirsty for popularity. We're just taking our phone conversations, tailoring it a little bit, removing certain comments and content from our offline conversations, and this is what you see. The program, this what you see on a Saturday night. We are removing our conversation offline, and we're trying
Basically,
to get back.
basically, it's like when you saw the Justice League. It's like
Trez, what's up, man?
if you got the director's cut versus the theatrical movie cut. That's the
Oh,
difference.
fire. But then, damn, we saying we whack at the same
uh,
time.
well, honestly, I would compare.
Okay.
I
Okay.
would. I honestly would say compared to how we are off. This would be you are getting the like the you getting the Walmart version of the song.
All right, y'all have a good night. I'm leaving. He just called me Walmart. He called me Sam. My name is Chris. Yo, all right, peace.
Yeah, y'all know when Walmart got rid of the when they sell all the edited tapes. You think you about to listen to DMX get hyped up, and it's that bullshit version? Oh man.
Yo, I really laughed at that. Like that's no bullshit. So I really
Everybody didn't fucked up and bought a CD at Walmart before and ran into that shit. All of us have ran into that. I know. Oh shoot. Chris H is in the building. What's up, Chris H?
Yo, Chris, what up? Oh,
I'm just saying.
No, that was good, man. No, that was good.
She said, Lucy said, did y'all see that Joe Rogan is a Muslim now? Huh? He by mistake said Jesus is a prophet. Oh, could see Ben Shapiro butt clench when he's like, no. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. I think I noticed something. Did you go you got the green screen up?
Yeah, a little bit.
You didn't select the green screen option, did you?
Yeah, no, I didn't, man. I just turned it on. Man, I was cooking right before I came on, you know.
See, yeah, I'll give you the tutorial later. Right now you looking like Bruce Leroy. You got the glow.
Yo, if you would have saw me when was it? Yesterday, I think.
Yes, Thomas, in a sense. We don't. It's not completely censored.
Correct.
I mean, y'all hear a little bit, but we do. I won't lie, we do hold back a little.
But the thing is, if you're gonna have a conversation with people, just have a conversation. Don't be emotional about it. Just throw ideas out there, and just look at the reality around you. That's why when and Jonina, I'm sorry to call you out. That's why when people talking about they controlling hurricanes and they don't even have to do all of that to mess us up. They're doing all that without any of it. They got us thinking climate change is. They gave us a talking point or a word that is engineered to make you have a response, right? So if you say climate change, oh my God, can't you see the climate change? What's wrong with you? Are you blind? You can't see it. Okay, calm down. Relax, killer. Or you could say climate change. Oh my God, it's such a hoax. Let me show you this video by Alex Jones from 1999 that told you the document that showed. All right, you two, calm down, please. Right? Things happen. Storms happen. They was happening before your any kind of quote unquote climate change terminology, became a thing. There were storms, there's hurricanes, there's tornadoes, there's tsunamis, there are typhoons, there are blizzards, there are tropical storms, there are nor'easters, whatever we call them. We have to keep in mind, these are natural things, but then people tend to just go a little bit too far. Just remember, there's a lot of these things that occur naturally.
Well, like Lucy just said there about unclogging the drains. Well, and this is something. Hey, Nihilo, what's up, brother?
Yeah.
Well, this is something that I would also throw out there. Whereas,
yo, Nihilo, what's up, man?
this is one thing that I also like to throw out there. Are we in agreement to the rules of cause and effect, right? If you do something, there's typically some kind of a reaction, whether you notice the reaction, feel the reaction, see the reaction. There's typically some kind of a reaction, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Chris punched me in the chest, I can act like I don't feel it. But more than likely, there might be some bruising, maybe some soreness later on. You get in car accidents. You might not feel the pain. I had a car accident. I didn't feel the pain until like a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to add that to say, just because there is cloud seeding and there's some of these different manipulations also, you can't go from what 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion up to close to 8 billion people with tons more cars, planes, all that stuff going on, and it has absolutely no effect.
Mm-hmm.
So am I saying that climate change is all of it? No. But to say that all of the stuff that human beings do has no bearing on anything is foolish also. And that's what I'm saying. You can't put all this carbon dioxide in the air and
Look,
it
if
has
we
no effect.
hold on, here's the thing: if a lot of people can look at the continents, how they're cut, if they can visualize them being one whole piece at one time or another, right? You know, and now it's all split up, but we can all see how if you push it together, it would all fit together on some level. You know, come on, man. Things happen. So
Mhm.
to say that now it's only man-made, and we are now saying that these people are equivalent to gods. No, I'm not. Like I said before, I'm not giving them that. No.
And that's
Mm-mm.
what I'm saying. I've seen the videos. Can you create some rain clouds? Yeah, you
Yeah.
can do that. Can you create small funnels? Yes, you can do that. Can you put heavy metals into the air and it rains down into the soil and affects the soil? Yes, you can do all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But can you literally control all the weather around the world? I do not give these people that kind of credit and ability. Can you manipulate now? Can you manipulate currencies, and through manipulating currencies, you can affect certain governments and different things like that and apply pressures and then that have a domino effect on multiple things? Yes. But like for instance, the elections. I don't believe that the elections they have this automatic control valve on everything. They do a certain amount of it with closing precincts here and there, bumping the right names off of polls, doing a lot of those different things like that. Maybe getting to a couple polling stations here and there that are critical and affecting them one way or the another. But it's a whole cumulative effect of all of these different things, a giant machine that's working.
Mm-hmm.
And on both sides, one side, and it's just a
Correct.
matter of
Yeah, yeah,
whose machine wins in the end of
yeah.
this. Now,
Yeah.
what a lot of people don't
It's
factor
either
in my
Marcus,
opinion, is
isn't it funny? Marcus,
both of the candidates are pre-selected. So if they get this one, the powers that be don't care. If they get this
Marcus,
one, the powers that be don't care because they're still getting their goals accomplished. So yes,
Marcus, isn't
they
it
let the
here?
powers that be manipulate back and forth for who's going to do the master's will, in a sense.
The atheists are saying it's climate change.
And
The the other group is saying like this should not happen.
well,
You
yeah,
know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
it's basically
Like
people who are coming out of either being an
like
evangelical or close to being an evangelical.
yeah, we don't believe in God, but entire
But we still kind of rock with the evangelicals.
Okay, I'm happy you laughed that you caught that.
Yeah.
I didn't deliver it right. That was bad delivery.
No, but I caught it. I caught
Not
it.
really, but
Yo,
okay.
you threw the
But
sidearm. You threw the sidearm. I had
Yeah.
to lean and toe touch, to catch the ball, but I still caught it.
Oh shit, the Yankees are on. What's the fuck? Oh shit. Because we playing your team. Oh, matter of fact, hold on.
Not my team.
It's 45.
You
Hold on,
playing
hold on.
you playing you playing my current city of residence, not my team.
Wait. We not doing this properly, and I deserve 1,000 lashes. Pause. But I haven't mentioned it.
I'll have your Nina do it.
She go ahead.
She ready. She ready to. you don't want to listen, hard-head Negro.
So New York right now, even though I'm in South Florida, but I'm a New Yorker, in my car. We sports is. The Yankees are in the World Series against the Dodgers, right? I have to check the score. This is why I'm looking at my phone right now. I need to see what the score was. The Dodgers are winning. Oh, goddamn. They're winning 4-1 right now. The Dodgers are winning 4-1 top of the 7th.
Ooh,
right?
Uh-oh. You need a grand slam.
The Dodgers won game 1 in LA yesterday on basically a walk-off grand slam. That doesn't really happen often. That's the thing of dreams where you think of, right, Marcus? If you thought about baseball, I know the current generation doesn't really consider baseball, but you and I, we're young enough to remember the Ken Griffey's, Barry's, et cetera, Tony Gwynn's. What is if you were thinking about you being a professional baseball player, what would be the shit? World Series game 1, bases loaded, you up at bat, grand slam, walk off, it's over. That's what happened last night. And that was only game 1 though. And now that was in LA, and now LA is winning 4-1 in the top of the 7th. But it took you an extra inning last night to get that done though. So when we come back to the Bronx, the BX, I make fun of y'all at times, but I do love mine. It's from the Bronx. Melissa, I love you. Don't get it twisted. That's family. She's in the BX. I make fun of all my BX people. I make fun of people from Rochester. Back in the day, we used to make fun of them anyway. But
speaking of the BX, you know how they all of a sudden they made the BX mostly black people. You didn't see that? How they said the barbershop Trump went to?
Oh.
The first thing I heard when I heard that he went to a barbershop in the Bronx and interviewed a bunch of black males, I was like, that story don't even sound right. Well, now I'm not saying there are not black people in the Bronx. I'm just saying anybody who knows the Bronx, it is mostly populated with not black people.
No, but the funny part is there was no niggas. I'll keep it a buck. There was no niggas saying, yo, Trump was in the hood. Okay? It was only the Gualagualas. All right? He went to a Dominican spot. There was only Dominicans in there. And you already know Dominicans. I know black, I Dominican. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's their thing. And, it's funny because if I was in them spots, a lot of Dominican women think I'm Dominican. A lot of Puerto Rican women think I'm Puerto Rican at times, but no one ever gets it, and that's fine. That's here nor there. What I'm saying is...
you're like a hood Bruno Mars. Ambiguous.
Yeah, I've been in them spaces. Yeah, I'm in the... no, I don't even like that. I rebuke you, devil.
You're ambiguous.
Yeah, no, I rebuke you. See, Lucy said she thought I was Dominican. You see what I'm saying? They always thought it never it never fails. Back home, it never failed. Nitram says weather manipulation is real. No, there's not a discussion as to whether or not
Yeah, we never doubt
weather
that it's real.
manipulation is real. That
It's the
we already
level.
see that. That is, it's to the correct.
It's the level is what we.
It's the scale. It's
the scale. Well, I'll just even when you said Panamanian king.
Look, you see, my man Trez already know. You see.
But even then, you got to go a couple of levels even in and unpeel that onion some, because a lot of people don't realize that a lot of Panamanians are actually Jamaicans who their families went there. Yeah, well, I'm talking about how a lot of people don't know about how Panama had a lot of Jamaicans move there and then set up communities. And so you have a Jamaican Panamanian thing going on. And so they come over here, I'm Panamanian, but I'm actually Jamaican. And it's complex. It's not as clean cut as somebody who, I'm Panamanian going back 1,000 generations.
But that's what I will say that, when we discuss history and we look back, we can always discuss the atrocities and the negative parts. But however, some of these world projects fit.
Yes,
Think about it. Creating the Panama Canal changed the entire region, right? Because it took people who were on their respective islands who never really left. Once you say, oh my God, we need hundreds of thousands, millions of men over, years and years to literally just split a piece of the earth to create a canal large enough for ships to pass through. That definitely changed everything. Like I always say on this show, from the time we started, John McCain was born in Panama.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't know that or forget that, I would say.
Yeah.
And that's how Chris can at one time say, I'm actually Panamanian and Jamaican, and I'm 100% Jamaican at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yo, I'm telling you, as far as the men just be like, a lot of time, like, you might look a little mixed with Spanish, or if they talk to me and they be like, you and nigga, we get it. You know what I mean? The women, they're the ones who you Puerto Rican in New York. Up north is different. Up north, are you Dominican, Puerto Rican? What are you? You half black? What are you? Down here, it's a little bit different. There's far more people, like me down here. I mean, True, New York, same thing. Obviously, in Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, the 3 or 4 borough Manhattan, we all kind of move the same way. But once we step out of, the city, it's a little bit different. But here in South Florida, it's more like New York here in South Florida than anywhere else, really.
Which if you were out here on the West Coast, the automatic thinking is you're just black. That's
they would never
for them. Yeah. If you don't look like a Ricky Martin Hispanic, George Lopez, you are not Hispanic out here.
But what's funny? The Hispanic part of me, if you see any of my Panamanian people, they all dark skinned, dark.
But that's
my father is close your eyes black. If you close your eyes, that's my father's complexion, right? Like, so they would always just think that, because you speak Spanish or because your people speak Spanish, that they are European. No. the only part of the European part of the Hispanic, quote unquote, is just a language,
Yeah.
right? Anything outside of that is all at that. That's why Panamanians are very different compared to a lot of the other Spanish speaking people in the Caribbean, because the
Yeah.
Dominicans, the Ricans, etc., the they don't move like the Panamanians. The Panamanians are mostly from uh, uh, Jamaica, Bahamas, and Barbados. That's where a lot of Panamanians were actually from. So yeah, they call themselves Panamanians. They carry the flag. They have their own culture. They call themselves such and such and such. But that's not even their home base, and they actually even know that, despite them even waving that flag. They know
Which
that's not where they originated.
which I would agree. That's what would make Panamanians definitely different than well, like who was that just said that in there? Philly Yards, Costa Rica, you could throw them in there
Yo, that
also.
was E.
They have that
You
similarity
see,
too.
you see for Emmanuel, thank you so much. Hold on. E, good to see you, bro. Thank you
Yo,
for chiming in.
hey, if you want to hop on, let us know. We toss you the link.
Look, what he say? Facts. In the West Coast, our cultural nuance is non-existent for brown-skinned people.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I have my issues with the FBA people, the ADOS people, because I don't know where you grew up, where you came up from. All my Black American friends, all my Haitians, my Jamaicans, Panamanians, Dominican, all my Black niggas never made a negative distinction. Matter of fact, it was like, oh, yo, you Jamaican? Yo, your mom made curry. Can I get some curry chicken? Yo, your mom made curry goat. If you was Black American, yo, your mom's got some fried chicken, mac and cheese. Can we get some of that? It was never a negative thing. Even though the parents of the West Indians and the Africans did have their negative comments to and about Black Americans, even though they tried to instill that in their kids, we interacted with Black Americans so much that it was like, fuck what my parents talking about. I'm learning shit. I'm hanging with these niggas. Like there's no separation. We one and the same. We brothers. You understand? So that's why when I see the FBA and ADOS people acting and talking the way they do, I say they really don't have a distinction and or interaction with Black people from other places other than some uppity ass niggas. So they feel away because they meet an uppity ass Nigerian doctor, and then like he looked down on you, so you feel a way about it. And I get it, because the Nigerians, they really be full of themselves. They truly be full of themselves. However, if you look at the statistics, the Nigerians really are the number one uh dark Black folk that do the best here in this. They hustle, they scam. You could call them scammers, and we already know they be running and shit. However, they really get into not just becoming nurses or RNs. The motherfuckers become doctors. They'll go work in Puerto Rico and subject themselves to the worst type of conditions and being called all types of talk shit about them, because in Spanish they think that them doctors don't understand, but they understand. Like, yo, every day they go home and talk to their wife and be like, all the staff talks mad shit about me because I'm Black, and their only goal is to be around white folk. So that's the difference between the Nigerians and Black Americans. Black Americans don't need no confirmation from white people. It's always the the people who come here, whether it's Jamaican, Panamanian, I'll name my own people, Haitian. They be wanting certain validation from white people, and they be wanting a proximity to white folk to help them, to make them feel like puff their chest up. My son lives in the Hamptons, and he lives around. They be all like hyped about some shit like that, but it's like, nah, y'all always quick to scream the devil. Yeah, your kid live around the devil. Marcus, I'm sorry, I'm talking so much. I'm pausing.
No, you're all right. You just be sneak taking, just be spraying all over the place sometimes though. Like, damn.
Go ahead, Marcus. I see Streets. I haven't seen Streets in a minute. I just wanted to say what up. I hope y'all wasn't too mad at my commentary. Go ahead, Marcus. Get in there.
Nah, it's all good. I was gonna say, anybody who had any kind of any topics or subjects that y'all wanted to get into, y'all wanted to talk about, y'all want us to talk about, bring the topics up. We'll try to discuss them. I even kind of weigh back and forth on, do I want to put a link in the chat again? Get another blah 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 blah. Oh no, I was like, for those who know, they know. I'll just leave it at that. But definitely would I wanted to leave this one kind of open for us to just kind of let the conversation flow. A lot of times I prefer to try to keep it segmented because I always have this hope in the back of my mind that I'm gonna have time to go back and record this episode and then cut it into smaller portions for people to come back and check. But y'all, I mean, for those who haven't done this, y'all might not know how taxing and how much of a pain in the ass that could be, especially if it might be a great live conversation, but it could be rough when you go back and it's so fragmented. But
Marcus, let me ask you a question.
Today is just free flowing. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Between in the last that was 16, right? 16. So in the last 6 years, we haven't really seen much of Obama. He's popped up here and there. I feel in the last 3 weeks, it feels as if Obama is running for president. This is how the Democrats are putting him anywhere, everywhere. They think that it is working. They are spending all of his political capital as well. I never thought that I would see them actually. They throwing Hail Marys here and there.
What do you mean spending his political capital? That shit's already spent.
No, not all of it. He still has, Doug. It's like saying I'm a billionaire and I spent $500 million.
But who else does Obama have any kind of sway with who he didn't already have sway with? Like, let me get my camera a little closer. Obama has no more credibility to anybody outside the group of people he already. So for anybody who Obama is talking to, they were already gonna vote for Kamala. Correct. He's not bringing in not a single new. That's what I'm saying. His credibility is already being used up. And they don't even need Obama. The vote blew no matter who people were going to be there anyway. Obama's doing literally nothing.
You saw Beyonce came out there.
In fact, that might even work more against Beyonce than anybody. They're like, did you really brought us here to bring Kamala up and you ain't sing or do nothing? Not only her and Kelly Rowland.
Yo, hey, when people going to realize Obama is not from Kenya? Lucy, we don't have to go. It doesn't matter where. Actually, let me just put it this way. It doesn't even matter where he's from. whether he's Kenyan, whether he's from Alaska, or he's from Ghana, or he's from Nigeria, or Congo, or Sudan. It doesn't even matter. He was already president and passed. His ability to sway our culture has passed. He had his time where he could say and people would feel away. Now it is not working anymore. And we saw that actually happen live. I know you saw the video, Marcus, where he was talking and they was, and he became frustrated at the fact that people weren't just like, on their knees with their knee pads, gargling whatever he was spewing out. But I brought up Beyonce to ask, did you see Beyonce and Kelly Rowland come out?
Mm-hmm.
You saw Kelly had to looking like a dude.
What kind of goofy shit are you wearing?
She hasn't, and Kelly Rowland sexy as hell.
Mm-hmm. Shit.
Kelly bad. She's Kelly bad. We're not gonna play on Miss Rowland name in terms of just a physical specimen, right?
I've always thought Kelly was more attractive than Beyonce. Just period.
And if you thought that, fine. But what I'm saying is both of them could get it. If it was a Friday night and everything was right, and they both decided to, be generous with you, you couldn't lose either which way you went, right? But
yeah, I'm just saying that I've always said, if we just going on who's the more attractive, I always felt Kelly was more attractive.
Okay, which is okay. But they had her in a double. It looked like a double breast. I only saw a few seconds of it, but they had Kelly in the double-breasted suit, and they got Beyonce holding her hand. Hold
on. Let's not just say a double-breasted suit, because she looked like she was wearing Michael Clark Duncan suit. I mean, I don't know what she was doing. It is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, she had the Michael Clark Duncan jump off on.
I'm like, are you the kingpin or something now? I mean, what the fuck is this?
Yo, no bullshit, dog. Okay, good. You cooking, homie. That's it. Marcus is giving you the names that Marcus has put forth. It aptly fits. It's not even like, well, no. It is perfect description of how Kelly Rowland.
Yeah, if y'all remember what Michael Clark Duncan was wearing when he played the Kingpin in that shitty ass Daredevil.
Daredevil.
Which honestly, the only good part about it was that y'all casted him as the Kingpin, which was kind of fitting. I mean, Vince D'Onofrio. Don't get me wrong, he did an excellent job as Kingpin also, but Michael Clark Duncan casting him was the only good part of that movie.
Yeah,
the rest was just pure ass.
Yo, did you watch any of the Rogan Trump shit?
I watched probably about half of it, and it just got hard to listen to after a while, because I'm like, I don't expect Joe Rogan to give him a hard interview, but I also don't expect for you to just co-sign literally everything he says either. I mean, it felt like he is definitely a Trump supporter, and he's just trying to give a little bit of a veneer of, I'm just giving an open interview. But it really felt like most of the points which Trump was saying, he already kind of agreed with.
Deep State, no, Beyonce not supposed to support Trump. She's supposed to just stay, in her palace and say nothing.
Yes, which most celebrities should do. Most of them don't give a shit, honestly. And I would rather them not fake it for money and just sit at home like you normally would do if you weren't being paid to come out here.
You know what's funny is that Kamala has one coin. Think about it. She has one coin. The heads or tails, doesn't matter, whichever one you want. There's no negative connotation to one or the other. But think about it like this. On the head side, she got Taylor Swift. On the tail side, she got Beyonce. And she's still fucking losing.
I don't know if she's losing though. I still don't know. I'm still not convinced that
Marcus
Trump has locked it up. I'm not
Marcus,
convinced.
stop it. I'm talking. Okay, so just in terms of a popularity contest, not an election, not that anything matters because you didn't change the makeup.
Oh, if it's just on popularity, that's a different story.
Just popularity contest. Kamala is losing like 25-1
on a popularity. Oh, without a doubt, I can rock with that.
Now, let me say this, right? We'll go back to Rogan. Side note: please, the people watching, wherever you are, Rockfin, Facebook, Twitter, wherever, please, shout out to all of you. We appreciate it. Hit the like, subscribe, share it or don't share it. It just depends because, we all got jobs and shit. Maybe if our bosses see, they might not like it. Anyway, Marcus, you don't find it a little bit weird? And people in the chat, please, this one I ask you guys to participate in the program, right? You don't find it weird that Barack and Michelle shot ads this week for mail-in ballots? Just hear me out before I finish, Marcus. Every other time, all the parties, they always shoot ads and promos for their people to vote. Right? Hey guys, go vote. It's me. It's you like blah 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 blah. Go vote for me, please. Go vote. A lot of the time, the Democrats would advocate for, please go vote, early voting. Please go early vote. You don't think it's a little bit weird that we're not in the pandemic any longer? We're not in the pandemic no more. Why is Michelle and Barack shooting commercials about or putting on social media, bragging and advocating for people to vote by mail? That don't seem no funny to you, considering what just happened in 2020? And we like, yo, there's no... When they ever said that to us outside of COVID? 2012, go vote in person. 2014 midterms, go vote in person.
I just think that
2016.
I don't see anything funny about it. But see, that's the thing. That's where we disagree. You're going from a premise of 2020, you felt some shady shit went mostly against Trump. And
yes,
I'm not working from that frame point. I look at it like this. Both of the parties are doing their dirt. Both parties.
Correct.
And so if
Donald Trump
wasn't
is not on Joe Rogan, hold on, Marcus, hold on, wait, Donald Trump is all over the place. He's talking, he says a lot. He says he goes from A to Z, 1 to 100, negative 100 to 100. He's all over the place. Do you notice he's never mentioned, hey, people, vote, send in your votes by mail? Isn't it funny? It's just so fucking weird that you will have the most. Hold on. From a Democratic, just think about it like this: if I'm a Democratic Party strategist, and I'm thinking, who is the most effective person I could put out there in people's face? It would be Michelle and Barack Obama in 2024 at this point, right? And I'm saying, why are you pushing ads on the internet and during my basketball games about voting by mail? It's not pandemic. You didn't say vote early. You're bragging about and pushing vote by mail. That don't seem funny. We never heard them say this before. You could vote by mail from 20 years ago, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. It's
Not
2024. Well,
not
we're in the
everywhere.
digital age. Wait. We're in the fucking 21st century, and you got these two ninjas talking about vote by mail. This shit don't seem funny to nobody.
No. Here's
Then
the
that's
thing.
what I'm saying.
But
that is where Trump.
Chris,
that is where Trump derangement syndrome kicks in, because
Chris,
it's like
Chris,
I hate
you're
Republic.
saying,
Hold on.
Chris,
Because it's
you
like
keep
saying,
saying,
"Oh, wait,
hold
let me
on.
finish." Hold on. It's like
You
saying,
had a
I
long
hate
time to finish,
Republicans.
and you not letting me push back on anything.
Yeah, hold on. But it's like, I hate Republicans, I hate conservatives, I hate Trump. So there's no way that I could even entertain this to even like see where the narrative is going or coming from. But go ahead.
What I'm saying is, you said a bunch of things where I felt that were not exactly accurate. And so you asked this thing that I found inaccurate, that thing that's inaccurate, this thing that's inaccurate, and all of this stuff. And then you asked me to respond to something where I felt the framing is off. For one, early voting might have been for 20 years, but not everywhere. There's a lot of places where you could not vote early vote. I grew up in a state where you couldn't vote early up until recently. That's been something that has been a recent thing in many states. And so it didn't
There's
start to be
400 people in Kansas, though.
Here we go again, shitting on the Midwest.
It's not shitting on. I'm just talking about numbers game. It's easy
For
have
one,
voting
there's more than
versus,
there's more than 400 people there.
Okay, I'm just saying there's 1,000 people in New York, there's 400 there.
But I'm saying is, you can go throughout the whole Midwest. Most of those states didn't have early voting. So we're talking easily millions of tens of millions of people where there was not early voting. That can make a big difference in an election. That's something that was not something that you could do before. Also, and I'll tell you, this is something which I saw in states where I grew up in the inner city areas, where a bulk of the Black and Hispanic and people of color populations were, polls were shut down.
Thank you, streets.
Well, okay, then that's
all
you guys agree
media.
on that. You guys agree on that perspective. I disagree. That's all I'm saying. I don't feel like anything is funny about early voting. Also, I look at it like this. Let me try to lay out something. Let me try to lay out at least how I view it, why I disagree with the sentiment that you have. I look at it like this. Do I want to wait? Do I want to wait till the day of election and hope that you vote? Or would I want to try to get as many votes already voted and done with? It just makes more sense that you would want the people to get out and vote, instead of waiting and hoping on election day that, the car doesn't break down, I got to work longer that shift day, because it's not like it happens on a weekend, it happens on a Tuesday. It's very easy for a lot of people to forget on that last day of voting to vote. And so I would, if I'm the one who's waiting on your vote and relying on your vote, I'm going to want to try to get you out there to vote as soon as possible, as frequently as possible. And if you factor, here's one other thing I would say. In Nevada right now, Republicans are crushing the Democrats as far as how many early votes have come in. If you are knowing that information is going to come in, you know that Republicans are getting out there to vote early, then you're going to push your side to get out there and vote early. I don't think that's weird at all.
So Obama became popular at the DNC in 2004. So he's been on the campaign trail actually for 20 years, on the national campaign scene for 2 decades now, actually, at this point, right? So 2004, 2008.
Trump is also pushing early voting too. He has
Yes,
been
he is.
talking about it. So you
Yes,
can't say it as if it's only one side who's pushing early voting.
No, I didn't say early voting. I specifically said
But before you started off
mail-in
saying that
balloting.
you said Trump didn't say anything about early voting.
No, I'm saying it's not the early voting I care about. In-person early voting, that's not something alarming to me. I like early voting, so you don't have to save it for a day, especially because you don't make it a because you don't make it a quote unquote holiday. I think you should make election day and maybe the day after, non-working days where everybody can go and you can go count votes. That's my personal opinion. However, there's a lot of people here. I'm saying they're pushing mail-in ballots specifically. They're not saying go vote early. They're saying mail-in balloting, not the early vote. Early vote is not
Regardless,
the
I don't
problem.
think it makes a difference. Either
Marcus,
way,
Obama, hold on, but Marcus, let me ask
mail-in
you
or
this.
balloting, because it's not like
Marcus,
do they count the mail-in ballots in some kind of secret place? No, they don't. They take them to the polling station in big ass bags and dump all the shit out there to vote to start counting it the same damn way. It's counted
we're
the
not gonna
same way.
I'm not gonna relitigate 2020, but I'm just gonna say for 2024, Marcus, I would ask you this: 04, 08, 16. We never heard Obama nor Michelle mention anything not to focus or shoot ads specifically about mail-in balloting.
Well,
You have both of them now on the internet talking about mail-in ballots. Again, they're mental priming. We already know how these people work. This is called the political matrix. We should be able to see through the surface level things and see what they're doing for what it is, as opposed to looking at it only from the surface level.
I'm not looking at it from a surface level. I just don't agree with the assessment that you come to. That's all. And I look at it and it's fine. If you feel like this is how they're going to try to run their sneaky shit or whatever, then okay. I'm like, it's whatever. I don't really see it as a big deal either way. I look at what was more of a bigger issue is when you go into Miami and they literally shut down polling stations and have people waiting in 5-hour lines. And then people decide I'm just going to go home because I'm not going to waste my time standing in this line, and then they don't go and vote at all. I mean, that's what I feel like is more of an issue. Also, here's something that I want to bring up that was said in the Rogan interview. Trump literally said, I lost by this percentage of votes, and then he went and reversed himself. So if he said that he lost by many votes, if he said he lost by this many votes and then tried to clean it up, did he misspeak, or did he tell the truth that he did actually lose and now trying to make an excuse for the fact that he legitimately lost?
My opinion is my opinion. There's no whatever. I'm just waiting until this election is over. I just want to see the numbers because that's really the only thing that will tell the story. Until that, it's just conjecture, opinions, and I'm not anti-Trump. I see him for being the clown that he is.
You're definitely not anti-Trump.
I see him for the clown he is. The Democrats are the ones who try to insult my intelligence. Trump tries to entertain.
They both insult your intelligence. No, I think Trump is literally insulting. Trump is insulting our intelligence also.
Trump can't insult our intelligence because he's not more intelligent than us. So he can't do that on the level to where you're like, I don't see what you're doing. On the other hand, the other side talks and speaks and presents themselves in a way it's way more flagrant from the other side. So this is why I have way more smoke, because the other side is also the side that is telling me that somebody. Did you see the Ben Shapiro interview where he went to college? And you know, I don't
he's went
fuck with
talked
Ben
to
Shapiro.
he's talked to college students a bunch of times. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I
Did you see the
disagree
recent
because I
one?
look at it as I'm getting.
Hold on, wait.
I
Did you see the recent one?
I'm just surprised that you don't feel like you're being insulted by that side also. I mean, I look at both of them equally, like fuck both of you. I really like, I feel
You
like
already know I
in
don't.
independent media, I feel like
And
there's
you know I
not,
don't fuck
I
with the
don't
other. You
I
know
don't
I don't fuck with them.
but what I'm
I'm
saying is
saying just as a
I've watched this from a lot of our colleagues that they have 10 times more smoke for Kamala than they do for Trump. And all I'm saying is I feel the same way both of them are liars, both of them are insulting me. Both of them are
hold
going
on,
to
look.
go out there,
Okay.
both of them are going to equally fuck things up. And I don't see it as this one is maybe a little bit lesser of two evils. I see them both as the same equal, and I'm not going to only focus my smoke on one side. I feel fuck both of these people.
I agree. I'm not a fan of either. I just want to be
But
entertained.
I don't hear a lot of the
I
people
just
in
want to
our
be
media
entertained.
circles who
So
have that
that's why
smoke
I
for
don't
Trump
mind
too.
Trump.
I don't see a lot of people who got that smoke for Trump. I just don't see it.
I don't mind Trump because I already know what it is. So you know what? If you're gonna give me bullshit, let me take the character. I would prefer to laugh as the shit burns, as opposed to like fight the power and we still going in the same direction. You understand what I'm saying?
Like
So
I'm
with that
looking
being
at
said,
these Arab voters who just all sit there and they're going to go out and support Trump. I'm like, do you realize this motherfucker supports Gaza resettlement for Israelis? Are you guys fucking retarded? Yes.
Correct.
Kamala and all them, yes, they are giving them the weapons right now. And Trump is going to do the same fucking thing. Are you fucking retarded? Y'all need to sit the fuck home. Y'all need to sit at home and say fuck both of them. But I'm watching
1,000%
creators
I agree,
who are nonstop, either making an excuse for Trump or saying fuck Kamala all day long when they talk about Gaza and the genocide that's going on. And Trump is going to do 10 times. He's literally Miriam Adelson. All that money, whatever money that is given to him, he's going to do exactly everything he's told to do. And I'm like, why is everybody acting like this is so different? He going to do exactly the same thing that's going on, maybe even worse.
You're not wrong, and you already know I agree with that. You know I'm well beyond that. There's no when it comes to that particular issue, that's the only time they actually have a dick measuring contest, is like, how much can I support Israel and the Zionists? That's the only competition, really, is that look, Marcus would only give them 10 billion. I'm telling you, I'll give them 20 billion. That's the actual competition. There's no
I got to respond to this.
There's no separation.
Philly yard vibes. The reason why you said you should have 10 times more for Kamala because Democrats are the ones that think they no. And I'm gonna tell you why. And Democrats might, but look at it like this. Trump has literally told me,
no friend from them. We don't want no friend from them. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Democrats as a whole may have said they wanted my votes, but when I'm not talking about Democrats as a whole or Republicans as a whole, I'm talking about Kamala versus Trump. Trump has told me, I don't know why you're not voting for me. You should be voting for me. He's expecting my vote. Yes, he is. Kamala said that she should. I know I need to earn it. And so I look at it, I don't care if somebody thinks that I should be voting for them. Why would that bother me? I don't care what you think I should be doing. I care about what you are doing and what you are going to be doing. And I look at the results of what both of them are going to be doing is going to be fucking horrendous. I don't care if they think I owe them something. That's not going to be a reason for me to be more upset with them.
Again, for me, the Republicans don't play in my face. The Republicans have told me way long ago they don't fuck with me, Trump included.
And that's my issue.
Let me finish. The Republicans, Trump included, tell me they don't fuck with me. The Democrats are the ones who are in my face saying, oh, we fuck with you. And they also share the same sentiment that we don't fuck with you. So the Democrats are the ones that play in our face. So Kamala, Obama, Michelle, Beyonce, Kelly Rowland, Roland Martin, Usher, all these motherfuckers, all of them deserve more smoke than the Trump people. The Trump people are the ones, they already made they made their self. Marcus, I wish you would really like let go of your either leftist or Democratic like early.
No, I'm not.
Leaning.
That's not.
You don't have to lean in. Hold on, let me finish. You don't have to lean into anything right wing either. You just have to let go of that because they're the ones playing in our face. Look at New York. Who is it in New York? My city. Crime, fucked up, all these things. Who is it? It's Democrats in control.
Listen,
city council, the mayor.
Can I talk?
School.
I know all that, but can I talk? Can I defend myself while you're going after me and while other people are going against me? The one thing I know is I know a bunch of y'all grew up in blue states with nothing but Democrats. I grew up in a red fucking state. Did any of y'all grow up in a red state? Did y'all? How many of y'all grew up in a red state? Because I did. And so it's not, the difference is you got one who is trying to appeal to you in your face. I've had the other one consistently, verbally in my face say, fuck you, I hate you. I'm going to have more smoke for the person who tells me they hate me.
Why?
That's just common sense. A person who I know wants harm, not, well, I don't really care. So if harm happens to you, the person who I know wants harm on me, I'm going to be more worried about that person. The person who wants harm on me, I'm going to be more worried about that person.
The person who wants harm with you, you would never let him in your circle. The one who plays nice is the one you allow.
I grew up in a state where they control my circle. I grew up in a state where they controlled my circle. So they dictated to me no matter what. And I know what happens when you let these people get ultimate power. I know what happens. I've got to see it. I've got to watch my community get destroyed by these fucking people. That's what I'm saying. I've watched these people destroy my community. And so for you to tell me I should have more smoke for the person who is being patronizing to me than the person who has done the damage to me.
Marcus,
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. Here's somebody who understands. I grew up in two very red states, Oklahoma and South Dakota. Okay. I know how it is. Y'all didn't grow up in these states. Y'all have not seen when they have ultimate power, the destruction that they put upon you.
Marcus, there's 42 people in those states. If we look at
first off, in Kansas City alone, there's over what, a couple million right there. So let's stop with the 42 people in one state because it's insulting. A lot of the people on the coast always do this flyover bullshit and insult the Midwest, and I'm just irritated with it. Don't do that.
You live in California now. What is the ratio compared to California to where you live, to where you came from? What is the ratio?
It's about 2.5 million is 18 million here. Yes, it's a big difference. But still, don't insult the millions of people in my city.
That's not an insult. I'm not.
It is an insult when you make it like they're 42 people. They're insignificant. That's what that is, insulting. And the people on the coast, y'all do that shit all the time, disrespecting the middle of the country.
it's not a disrespect. I'm saying there's
Okay.
not. I'm saying when we talk about
Saying
just,
somebody's
I'm talking about sheer
insignificant.
numbers.
Saying somebody's
I'm talking
insignificant is not
sheer,
insulting. Come on.
I'm talking about sheer. I'm talking about sheer numbers in terms of how our system works. That is, there. It's insignificant, right? Into how the system works.
Do you eat beef and
how
cattle?
the system works.
Do
That's
you
it.
eat beef? Do you eat beef?
Do
you eat corn? That's insignificant. What that contributes to this country?
You're taking it personally when you're missing what I'm talking about. I'm talking about as people vote. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. You know they matter. It's not a downslide. It's not. I'm not shooting at nobody. It's not a shot. Thank you, Thomas, for understanding. I'm not taking the shot. What I'm saying is, as we vote, the numbers, does it matter how Kansas votes?
We weren't talking about how Kansas votes. That's not what we were talking about.
But okay, the fact of the matter is, the Chicagos, the LAs, where you live, Chicago, LA, Houston, maybe Dallas, cities down here in Florida, New York, right? Outside of those, the rest of the place is not voting like that.
Because Chicago, if you're going to Chicago, Illinois has about the same electoral votes as Kansas. So how are they overlooked? Or Missouri?
Which doesn't
why doesn't it make much sense? The population isn't very much different when you compare the states. Most of the people in Chicago, most of the people in Illinois are in Chicago. Once you get outside, and that's how the Midwest is. The whole entire Midwest. Once you get outside of the major city, the rest of the population is pretty low.
State. That's every state.
Okay, so I guess lay out the perspective you're trying to lay out then, because I don't get
that's every state outside of the
Chicago is looked at in this great positive light, and then it's kind of a not the same effect to other states.
But it just is what it is.
And it's people on the East Coast, actually not even East Coast, people on the coast always have this like minimizing and disrespect to the middle of the country. They always do. They always have. And we know that when we go to these places, we know it. And y'all know it. I don't even know why y'all try to play this game like y'all don't. I don't even know why y'all play this game like y'all don't have that. Because y'all be like, why the fuck would I ever want to even go there?
Correct.
I've watched people, so I don't even know why people pretend like they don't have this feeling. And we all know it. We all know it. That's the thing. Everybody in the Midwest, we all know how the coastal cities feel about us. That's the reason why when y'all pull up in New York fucking tags in those different places, y'all get a lot of side eyes. And y'all wonder why they treat us like that? Because we already know you look down your nose at us. How would you expect people to feel about you when how would you expect people to treat you when you know that they don't like you or respect you?
But we know that y'all don't like us either, because y'all be like them.
No, and the reason why we don't, we don't is because of the way you guys talk about us, the way you guys show. I mean, you can even look at entertainment, for instance. They don't even think, well, why don't we set one of these TV shows? They just recently started doing it, but for the longest, every fucking movie had to be California, New York.
Yeah.
Like as if there's no life in America outside of these two fucking places. And as somebody who's been to about 38 states, one thing I've learned is there is shit in every single state that is unique and beautiful about that state that no other place has it. There's shit in a lot of these places. New York don't have it. California don't have it. Florida don't have it. There's a lot of other places, but a lot of people will live in their little bubble and just think about how great they are, kissing their own ass, and never taking the opportunity to even learn about anywhere else. And so people in the Midwest and all that, we travel to your places, and then we walk in and we see your fucking giant rats all over the place and your filthy, dirty ass cities. We see it.
Yes.
We see the fucking homelessness and how shit it is, while every one of you motherfuckers are still thinking you're greater than everybody else.
Yo,
and you just exactly, Sock, is get his ass. Damn New Yorkers are patronizing, insulting like the Dems. That's wild. Exactly. So you hate these motherfuckers while you doing the same shit. Got him. And then LA, while I'm in LA, and I'm gonna say this shit to y'all. Y'all got homeless people with 3-story fucking mobile homeless spots.
Hold on.
Go ahead, defend yourself now. Come on. Put the hands back up, because you just got hit with a right left real quick. Go ahead, get your legs together. Get them legs together.
But you know what? A lot of our shit is well founded.
No, it's not. Y'all motherfuckers is living off of old rumors of what y'all used to be. Y'all living off y'all former self of what y'all used to be.
Look, hold on.
In fact, if New York was that great, why all you motherfuckers leaving? Why the hell Florida?
What the fuck?
Florida, exactly. Florida's like, I get tired of these motherfuckers. Take y'all monkey asses back up there. You New York, you motherfucking Boston, Maryland, Philly, all you motherfuckers can go.
Yes.
And then hold on. And then you was getting on Shiva. Why don't you go back and go clean your shit up?
Tell him why you mad, son.
Y'all need to go back and go clean up motherfucking New York.
I see more John Blaze in that.
Y'all need to go clean up motherfucking New York.
Yo, the city is filthy. It's dirty. Mm-hmm. I don't live there. When I go back there,
why every apartment complex gotta smell like piss? Yeah, you think I don't know about you motherfuckers?
I know.
Why y'all got all them perverts that be hanging out next to the basketball courts while the little schoolgirls get off? Huh?
Oh shit! No, that was actually some very funny shit, man. Yeah. Exactly. He said, "Yo, go clean your house before you come outside talking shit about my stoop."
Yeah, you know the thing about our 42 people that we got? We only got like 2 homeless people, and we all know them. And the motherfucker homeless because he like, I feel like the outside is better for my alkaline system. Okay, that's why he homeless. Or a motherfucker that just start barking for no fucking reason.
Oh shit! No, that was good, man. See, people thought it was gonna be hostile, and we just laughed.
Say, I gotta defend my spot, yo. I gotta defend my spot.
I feel you, but either or, they're gonna try to cheat with the mail-in ballots at the end of the day. That's gonna be the method to which they try
I believe there's always gonna be some cheating. There's always going to be some cheating every
Of course.
election.
But
I mean,
what I'm saying is they're repeating the same behaviors that they did 4 years ago. At least 4 years ago, they could convince the morons that there was a pandemic. 4 years later, everybody's been outside. We've been chilling. We've been doing all of these things. And now all of a sudden in October, the third and fourth week of October, you're telling people, hey, vote by mail. That's a little weird.
because I know if I was back home though, like if I was in KC, if I was living like where I grew up, I can guarantee you to vote at any of the polling station, even if it's early voting, I'm going to wait about 45 minutes to vote.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
At minimum, I'm going to wait about 45 minutes to vote. And
when
then if I go over 10 minutes away to this other county, I'm going to walk right in, vote, walk right back out. And that's one thing I learned. All the Republican counties where I live, they got shitload of voting precincts. And then for some reason, all the ones in the Democratic areas just keep getting shut down. Damn. Even though there's higher population over here, there's less polling stations. Now, how does that work?
Now, that was a major problem going back to 02, 01, 03, 04, 06. That was a major problem back then. Shutting down polling stations, making it difficult to vote. That was a much bigger issue back then.
Oh, now, it's still a bit. It's still no. I'm gonna tell you, it's still an issue because what was it? 2022. 2022. While they were having the midterm elections, the native all the voting stations that are near native reservations in the state of Kansas all got shut down.
So why they didn't act? But you can mail in vote. That's what they're advocating for. So they could have mailed in. So what that's they shut down that. So what they shut it down, you can mail it. You can mail it.
And that's the reason why it's a push for some of that shit to get around them shutting down polling stations and making you drive an hour to vote.
You don't have to do that. You can mail it. You don't have to drive an hour nowhere. You can mail it.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So again,
you do. Oh, hold on. Yonina, you do. You need to pick a side. You need to pick a side. Said me in Illinois, who doesn't have a dog in this pony show. Okay,
correct.
You telling me that you ain't gonna stick up for your people in like Juliet and Champaign and all these different areas, huh? East St. Louis, you ain't gonna defend the rest of Illinois?
Yo, but I wanted, outside of the political shit, I really wanted to talk about some rap shit, some hip hop shit. Because there's been a lot of things going on, in that space as well. And, I know it's called a political matrix, but the politics is boring. Trump should actually win. If he doesn't, I will be surprised if he doesn't win. All right. Boom. That's the end of it. The Democrats, I don't give a fuck about.
I see what you did there. I see what you did.
But you know who Lil Durk is?
Not really.
Oh, you don't know who Lil Durk? Okay. Hey,
I saw a story. I saw a news story about him, but I'm not really familiar with him.
Okay, so Lil Durk, he a rapper out of Chicago. His homie, cousin, brother was King Von. King Von. King Von got killed a couple years ago by another rapper named Quando Rondo. Right? King Von, Lil Durk's homeboy, was a killer. So the fact that he met his end by his quote unquote ops was not surprising. However, a lot of people liked him. Whatever. This a lot of Chicago shit, right? And this also involves the Florida dude, NBA YoungBoy. It's a lot of shit. I won't give all of y'all the backstory. But anyway, Lil Durk's homie King Von got killed by Quando Rondo. Lil Durk paid niggas to try to go kill Quando Rondo in California by you, Marcus, in LA. They shot up the car that Quando Rondo was in, but they didn't kill him. They killed his cousin who was in the car. Lil Durk is the dude who they say paid for all this to happen. Right? Just bear with me. Lil Durk's homeboy who served 12 years in prison, who Lil Durk gave bread to when he came home, like 50,000, making sure his commissary was straight, money on his books, y'all already know. When he came home, he got around Durk and started wearing a wire. So he was wearing a wire around his homie Lil Durk for an undisclosed amount of time. So not only do they have Durk talking about any particular court case where anyone would testify against him, that he would clap them or take them off the earth, he also had conversations talking about the shooting and paying of people to shoot Quando Rondo. The feds picked him up out here in Fort Lauderdale, Broward County. This motherfucker was trying to head down to Miami, Marcus, and had to get to either Italy or Switzerland. That's where the feds picked him up. So Lil Durk, who was Marcus 2 days ago, he just got the keys to the city to Chicago. 2 days ago. If you look up the video 2 days ago, Lil Durk, the dude I'm talking about, just got the keys to the city of Chicago 2 days ago. What, today's the 26th? It was the 24th. He was there in Chicago downtown in his whole Muslim outfit, trying to look all, official. And then 2 days later, Marcus, down here by me, they locked this motherfucker up. But they already locked him up and they flew him to you. So he's already by you. So he left me and now he's in your crib. He's in your backyard. The feds came and got him. He is conspiracy. His charge is murder for hire. Murder for hire. They said, yeah, we know you didn't pull the trigger. We know you weren't on the scene, but you bankrolled all of the activity that left Homeboy's cousin killed. And I just wanted to say, a lot of people, because they like Durk and his music, a lot of them was saying, free Durk, free Durk. Oh, streets, big rat. It's not even a big rat. That would be like me knowing Marcus was doing something illegal, and then me saying, yo, Marcus, I'm like, you my man, I want to chill with you, but I got a wire on. And I'm asking Marcus, yo, how we going to kill the ops?
Hey, throw a quick shout out to some of the friends of the show. Shout out to Willie Bragg. What's up, Willie Bragg? And I see everybody's favorite Uncle Warren's in the building.
Warren.
But yeah, carry on.
No, but that would streets. That would be the equivalent of Marcus doing something illegal and him telling me what's going on, and I have a wire on, knowing that I'm participating in the same illegal shit that Marcus is talking about, but I got a wire on. After Marcus just put money in my bag, took care of my family, money on my books, all this shit. Marcus did all this stuff, and then after all that, I put a wire on. And I was like, oh. So, again, they arrested him. Marcus, he was trying to buy a ticket to Italy or Switzerland. He was trying to get to Miami from Fort Lauderdale, and they arrested him on his way from Fort Lauderdale. And Homeboy's from Chicago. It's not even New York. Homeboy, Lil Durk is from.
This is how this shows how not bright he is. He's in Chicago, bro. Why didn't you just charter a boat into Canada? you could have got across that border very, very easily and flown out from Canada and been gone. And I wouldn't have flown to Italy. That Italy is not a good choice.
I didn't think so either. That was
Italy
see
is
we
not a good choice. Where he should have went,
see.
if he was, I would have went to. I mean, since I know of multiple places to go,
I'm with you. I'm with
I
you
would have
on
went
this.
to probably Turkey.
Yeah, somewhere where there's non-extraditional, I could blend.
Well, the thing about
this.
it is, I know that Turkey right now, because of how diplomatic situations are, they're not willing to work with the U.S. on damn near anything. And so, even if I did go there, and I can go there, and then that would be an avenue for me to be able to travel other places from there. But I wouldn't be trying to go to none of these NATO countries at all.
Correct.
Especially not Italy. Italy. They got SOFA agreements that they've signed, and I know. And for those who don't know about SOFA agreements, whenever we put bases in different countries, they work out all these different agreements with Americans who, whether they're military or whether they are expats. And so, any kind of American citizen who pops up over there, they have certain laws. So, if you want to have the fucking Carabinieri fucking kicking down your door, or the Militaria Polizia showing up, then
Carabinieri. If you ain't been there and seen them vehicles with that shit on there, you wouldn't know what Marcus is talking about.
hey, you don't fuck with the Care Bears.
Leave them alone.
Care Bears, you'll be like, wait a minute, you're not allowed to hit me. Be like, what?
Yo.
Hey, different laws in other countries. I done seen a dude get like damn pimp slapped to death by one of them cops over there for not paying attention to him showing the little, we call it the lollipop. So got green on one side and red, and you know how like when the lights are down and the cop is like directing traffic, they'll do that too. But it's legal for the cops to hit you over there. Exactly. And so you don't listen to that. A cop will just start beating the shit out of you, and it is legal. They also have what, I don't know if they still do this, but when I was there, they can get away with 2 police involved shootings per year with no investigation. So little incentive for you to act right.
Cuba, it's not going to be easy, but Cuba.
Yeah. Well, the best way to get to Cuba is if you can find a way across the border into Mexico and fly out from Mexico.
No, he said, what is the best country to hide out from the U.S.? Cuba. That's
Cuba, without a doubt. They are not motherfucking helping the U.S. Cuba, or
not to say that there's not Cubans who would snitch on you. I'm just saying, if you find your way there, the government at least will not participate with the United States government to send you back. If the citizens do shit on their own to try to fuck you over, then that's a different thing. But at the very least, the government will not be the ones hunting you down.
Uncontested, Cuba is the best place to go that would still have somewhat of a decent standard of living. There's close other places that you could go but the quality of life is not that great. I mean, you get over there. There's some of these other places you can go that if you have the money and protection, they won't be able to touch you. But like for instance, like if you was like in Iraq, they can't get you over there unless they ran some kind of black ops mission and snuck in under the cover of night and took you. But the government's not going to help. And that would be the same with any of these places. If they decided to run a black ops unit in and get you, then none of these places could protect you or would protect you. The only place that it would be some kind of an issue possibly is like Denmark or Sweden. It would be a little bit of an issue there. But you also got to worry about some diplomat who can be paid enough money who would turn you over. Now, he would turn you over. Go ahead. He would turn you over on the sneak because his government wouldn't allow it, but he might open up an avenue where you can sneak in under the radar. So I don't know. When it gets to all these countries, it becomes money issues. Portugal, because there's a lot of leftist anger. That's a good one too, Willie. I forgot about Portugal. Portugal is a good one also. The only thing I will be worried about with Portugal is because um, the fact that the agreement with Spain, if you got close, they could very easily get units into Spain that can sweep in, snatch you, bring you across the border into Spain, and then take you from there because Spain would still have an agreement. But Portugal is a good one, especially if you're able to stay hidden. Oh yeah, North Korea. North Korea is a strong one. They not fucking with you in North Korea. So yeah, the top three spots, yeah, that would have to be, you know, Cuba, North Korea, probably Portugal. Those would probably be the top three. But you got to make sure if you ever get on the bad side of anybody in Portugal, they'll just push you over into Spain and you're fucked. North Korea, if you piss them off, you just going into a North Korean dungeon, and that could be worse than anything. Bolivia, outside of the city of what is it, Santa Cruz, is safe from U.S. intervention with a growing economy. My only issue with Bolivia, my only issue with anywhere in South America is the corruption. Corruption is so bad that even because you're not going to be able to go and get a normal job. You're going to have enough money to be able to sustain yourself. And now that leaves you open as a target for somebody to try to extort you for money, or be willing to, or because you have money and you're a person of stature, that somebody can be corrupted to, round up a posse and go and take you out of there, unless you've already paid for protection in that area, and hope if you do pay for protection that protection doesn't flip on you. So when you get into South America, it gets real dicey with a lot of those places. Costa Rica is Commonwealth of the UK. Well, also, there's a lot of American expats there too, and plenty of them which have connections to intelligence branches. So I would not go there. I definitely wouldn't go there. Wealth of the UK, so they have protection from U.S. intervention. Yeah, but the intervention, but kind of wars of the UK. That's the thing. Anywhere where the UK has dominion, the UK will help and facilitating for the US, because all they got to do, the US will just ask them, and the UK will be like, sure, for the most part. Especially if you're not somebody who's high profile. In the case of like Julian Assange, because you're so high profile, they couldn't just hand Julian over to the US like they wanted. That's the reason why it got a little dicey. But if you're not as high profile as Julian Assange, and you don't have millions of people around the world who are petitioning on your behalf, it can get, it can get crazier. Also, the fact that if you're wanted for like murder for hire, conspiracy, or things like that, that's a whole lot different than you leaking information that's inconvenient on government's behalfs. And so typically a Julian situation, if you're in a situation like that, it's more likely that people can advocate for you and be able to put pressure because you don't have that pushback. I wouldn't try China. For one, it's hard as fuck to get in China. So it would be just too hard to even get into China in the first place. I mean, you'd have to be some kind of like billionaire fleeing with ties and already have been back and forth to China for that to even be an option. That's what I'm saying. That's why China, the only way that can be an option is you already built up some kind of relationship and went back and forth and was able to get into China before. But the problem is, if you do get it, well, depending on how they feel about it, if you can be an asset for China, then once you get over there and you're found out, because if you do get into China, unless you're out in one of these like provinces out way away from the major major cities, you will get busted in China because they're gonna know they're gonna know where you are. And so China's not on good terms with the US. Honestly, Russia's a good spot. Russia's definitely not turning you over to the US unless it turns into some kind of situation where they can trade you for something. I wouldn't do India. India would India they want to deal with the West way too much. And so I wouldn't mess with India because the UK can just ask for you. I'm sorry, active medical ask you. What the hell is that? I don't know what that is. You delete that. I don't know why that's on my screen, but anyway, um, Russia is actively encouraging people to move there if they don't like the West. That's what I'm saying. Uh, but the only thing, Nihilo, is that or Michael, I guess I can just call you Michael. The only thing is it's different just having you move there than you be suspected of a crime. That would be the difference. If you're suspected of a crime, yeah, they allow you to come and keep an eye on you. And then the moment when one of their assets over here in the US gets captured or in the UK gets captured or somewhere else, then they'll come and round you up and use you as a bargaining chip. So that's why I would be a little bit dicey about Russia.
See, I can't really speak to what happens in Russia or China because I don't really search for it, and I don't really see too many like accounts that live there and provide us.
Well, the only
I'm not
reason why I
saying it
said
doesn't exist. I'm just saying I personally haven't. I don't really look for it, so I don't see it too much. You know what I
well,
mean?
that's the only reason why I said that about Russia in particular is because I've seen even before this whole Russia Ukraine thing been going on, Russia has you know consistently had people get arrested. Their people, KGB agents and all that, getting arrested in various countries, and they will trade. They will trade people back and forth all the time. They do it and have been doing it for decades. So just like we saw with the whole Brittany Griner thing, they find somebody of worth, they will arrest that person for whatever charges, whether it's legitimate or illegitimate, to get back their people. I give them that. They will work whatever angles to get their people back. What's up, Kaladin? Good to see you.
Oh, and Marcus, going back, sorry to take us back, but did you see Tory Lanez was locked up last year for the shit with Meg Thee Stallion. Did you see the appellate court agreed to hear his petition? So given that they are willing to hear his petition, obviously that's not something that the appellate court, especially in LA, especially at this time, is going to entertain unless there is some sort of merit to what you were saying, whether it's procedurally or whether it's the fact that you had bad counsel. But I just wanted to make mention of that. Everybody's watching YSL, which is the Young Thug trial. They're it's
I thought that was
probably
East Saint Laurent. I was like, I don't know.
no. Well, that's what it meant, but that's the name of they gang. You know what I mean? Of Young Thug's gang in them. With that being said, it looks like there's going to be a mistrial in that case. The Georgia legal team over there, whether it's local Georgia folks, Fulton County people, and the feds, they completely fucked that whole case up. Them dudes is guilty, but the procedural part of this was handled so badly that they're going to get off. With that being said, everybody will scream, free these niggas who do a bunch of ignorant shit. You know what I'm saying? These dudes, I'm not gonna make no more excuses for niggas. Niggas be doing the dumbest fucking shit possible, and then all of a sudden they have a lot of people screaming free, free so and so, and free such and such. Somebody like Tory Lanez, if you look at his case, you read the transcripts. If you were to witness a supposed crime, you wouldn't need immunity for your testimony. In the Tory Lanez case, one of the women involved in the case received immunity for her testimony. Again, if you were just a witness to whatever happened, you wouldn't need immunity. These are one of the weird things that happened in that particular case. But however, it's just hip hop is in a weird space right now where there's a bunch of people who were born in like either the late 90s or very early 2000s who are no longer here with us. Dudes who made a bunch of records, got popping, they're either in prison or they're dead or they're on probation or on parole. Let me just say this: these young niggas, y'all are stupid as fuck, and y'all really should start listening to the old heads because we're here. Clearly, Marcus, clearly myself haven't done anything to get us killed. I hate the term unalived. I don't like using that shit. People get murdered, they get killed. There's a homicide. I don't unalive. That sound like saying trans men are gay. Oh, speaking of which, did you see the Ben Shapiro shit? Where he talked to all the right wing all the weak right wing people like Ben Shapiro. They only go talk to like 17 to like 21-year-olds who aren't fully aware of everything. That's what they do. And then they have their quote unquote debates with them. And then they say, oh, we ate up liberals. We ate up progressives. We ate up the left. Okay. Marcus, this is when I say, if you make Ben Shapiro look like the fucking sensible person in the room, you fucked up. It was a chick who is a dude, facial hair and all this shit like that. Like, oh, what do you want to say about trans men? Did it like saying recognize me as a man? When the argument wasn't going his way or her way, she says, I've got a vagina. Oh, the Thomas, if you go look up the Young Thug trial, it's a mess. Fannie Willis, all that shit that I was talking about, several months ago, between the feds and the state of Georgia's legal team, it's 1,000% a mess. Anyway, Marcus, going back to what I was talking about, they made Ben Shapiro look like the sensible person in the room because the chick who's now a dude is saying you don't respect me for being a man, at the same time saying respect me because I'm voting for Kamala for women's rights because I can get pregnant. But you're just still sitting here saying that you're a dude. So the Democratic Party, they're all of their affiliates, they're really just talking reckless. And to E's point, all the rappers, going back to the hip hop shit, I know I'm all over the place. Please bear with me, y'all. A lot of these rappers, they just talking super reckless, and they getting killed for it, and they going to jail. Oh, okay. Deep State is with me. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much to add on the rapper stuff. I mean, I've kind of tuned out a lot of the new rappers, so I I don't know much about what's going on with them or what they doing. I just see it as, I don't know, young folks stuff. I don't know, maybe I got too old. But that's how I see them. But yeah, I think that a lot of these people who I think I hate to sound like the old guy here, but on many of these subjects, I see a common through line. This younger generation is just on some other shit. Whether it be with you going to rock a full beard and be putting a balloon of blood up your butt to pretend you're having a period, um, because you don't have a vagina. I don't know. I just see a lot of weird ass shit. People saying that they want to be addressed by cat pronouns, and I don't know what the hell is going on right now. I don't even know if it's just this younger generation or we just in a weird ass time period. Um, I mean, but it's just a lot of weird stuff going on, and it was a time period when some of those people who had a unique interest kept to themselves and or their circles, but now it's to the point where everybody needs to play along with your fetishes and delusions and all that shit, and I'm not with it at all. I mean, I see people who want to pretend that they're a horse and let's all have mermaid club, and I'm not with none of this shit. I'm just not with it. I mean, hey, quit laughing. You know you've seen mermaid club. Now he gonna make it like I'm the asshole. Okay, all right, Chris, I'll be the asshole. You know you've seen these motherfuckers out there, grown ass people going to go fucking play mermaid. I thought I saw enough when I saw the horse people who literally put bits in their mouth and fucking get brushed with a hard brush with little baby huffs on their shit. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I don't know. People are losing their shit. And I'm losing my shit trying to follow these crazy motherfuckers out here. I mean, I don't know. This shit is getting weird out here, man. Shit is just getting weird. I don't know, man. I can't tell you how many messed up videos I didn't seen this week of grown men trying to give little girls with no arms high fives. And I'm just I don't know, man. The shit is getting crazy out here. Sorry. Now y'all hearing more of the unedited shit that we talk about on the phone.
Yo, Shorty had no arms. She kicked the ball. Homie said,
Then he was like, "Oh shit, oh shit."
She had no arms. He said,
I'm sorry. I'm apologies. I'm out of line, people.
You pause.
I'm out of line, people. I'm out of line. Well, y'all don't know. This is for anybody who follow me on Instagram. I'd be sending y'all this kind of stuff too. Hey, I blame some of this shit on Archers. He be sending me some of this messed up shit too. and I see these weird stories, man. I don't know. The internet has just allowed everybody's freak flag to fly, and just some of your freaky shit keep to yourself.
Hold on, yo, Marcus, did you see the? Oh, you didn't see it when Trump said on the Rogan interview. He goes, "This is shit that made me laugh. I don't care. I'm in it for the entertainment." He said, "I want to take it all back. The tanks, the what did he say? He said, I want to get the missiles, the tanks. He said, the goggles. They got night vision goggles. I want it all back. Yo, Marcus, if you see that shit, you will laugh. I promise you.
There's
Look at
there's only one thing that I saw that I would be that I would be excited about if Trump does win. They finally gonna release the JFK files. Is what he's saying he's gonna do this time.
they never gonna do that.
I know he's not. He literally said because
somebody
there's
asked me.
addresses to some of the people who are still alive, and I'm like, you telling me people who were involved with the JFK assassination are still alive right now, and they're not literally on hospice? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And if you get caught doing some foul shit when you're 99, I really doubt you care about the prison sentence at that point.
Exactly.
Who is he taking it back from? I don't know who he's taking it back from. What will he say? Trump was America's silliest president, with Joe Biden running a close second. Well, see, it's different.
No, Bush was the first silliest president.
Bush would be the silliest.
No, Bush is the first.
No, I'm saying Trump. I mean, Bush is the silliest, because when you say silly gives the era of harmless. I'm not saying he was harmless, but when you just look at him isolated, besides what he was responsible for, he comes across as harmless. Trump is the first probably stand-up comedian president, and I get it. He could be like Andy Warhol. I mean, not Andy Warhol, but Andy Kaufman. You might not get his humor, or you might get it, but he's more the Andy Kaufman type, I would say, as a comedian president. Let's see, what is it? Shapiro said he wasn't white on a question, but said he was white on old video. When it's convenient, I guess. He also hates race and ethnic culture. He's an individualist, yeah, exactly. Like I told you, I sat in that comedy show and I listened to a group of Jewish people talking about, oh no, we're not white, we're brown. I'm like, brown where, bitch? What, your butthole? I don't see brown on your skin. I do not see you as brown. You are fucking white. That's the reason why you guys are talking in fucking modern Hebrew super loud, so you can try to separate yourself from being white. But you are a motherfucking white. Sorry to break it to you.
Yeah, Willie, I agree. The Bush administration is the worst in my.
Yes.
You know, you
go back to silly and most evil. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's the most Vietnam, silly.
I wasn't alive back then.
No, I'm saying he's the most silly, because if you just look at him independent of his actions, he looked at as like a fucking goofball, a complete goofball, silly and harmless, until you look at what he's responsible for, and you're like, oh my God, this is fucking evil. This is one of the most evil fucking presidents we ever had. Honestly, and you know what? This is how I kind of look at it. He really just handed everything off to Cheney, which this is the one time I hear people like, this is the one time where I would say, yes, this is a VP who has because I'm hearing a lot of and this is where I gotta kind of defend, because whether I like a person or agree with a person, one thing I'm going to do is try to give an honest assessment. And vice presidents don't do shit. So for all these people like, Kamala, you've been in office for 3 years. What the fuck could she get done? She can't do shit that fucking Biden's not going to allow. And you really think she's going to convince Biden to do something different? No. He picked her because he knew she'd be a good fucking follower. She there's only one VP who's ever had any fucking power, and that is Cheney. Cheney wasn't no VP. Cheney was the president. Cheney was, in fact, the fucking president. It was Bush that didn't do shit.
We could fight on anybody who disagrees with that.
Yeah,
We could fight.
hey, we like they say, hey, I'll go to the mat on that one.
Yeah, we could fight. We could
But
fight.
no, Dick Cheney, one of the most evil fucking vice presidents of all time. I mean,
Yeah.
probably Johnson is probably the only person who can even give him any kind of competition. For those who know about Johnson when he was VP, which he didn't do it when he was VP, he did it when he became the president.
Yeah.
You don't need to. I'm screaming. And then I look at Biden as just no. He's weekend at Bernie's. He's the first, like not the first, but he's probably like the third, like walking dead president that we've had. Like Reagan in his second term wasn't there. Reagan wasn't home
At all.
and then you can go back to FDR in his second term. No. So there's a couple of people because and in both of those cases, the crazy part about it, their wives were the ones who was holding everything up. Their wives was holding everything up. In fact, if you look back to Reagan, from Reagan as an actor to Reagan throughout his political career, all of that was guided by his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, you can look at plenty of political figures like that. Clinton, was his political theory and all that was run basically by Hillary. Hillary was the one who ran most of his thoughts and was the one who put most of his agenda into place. You could say that with what's his name? Sheldon Adelson also. Miriam Adelson, if you look into her background, she's the one who pushed him to being a further hardcore Zionist. And I mean, you can go through many of these people. It was the wives that was the one who pushed the actual real ideology and just forced the husband to do it. And most of these dudes, if you really look at them, they're no different than that uncle or guy in your family who just listens to his wife on everything. Yes, dear. Okay, dear. That's what a lot of these guys really are. But we don't see the other side of that coin when she's behind the scenes telling him, no, Ronnie, you're going to go do this and you're going to tell them this. We don't see that. In fact, you know what it reminds me of? One of my favorite all-time sports movies, Any Given Sunday. When she tell Cap, no, he's not going to fucking retire. He's going to keep playing and get back on that field, and gets his ass fucked up one last time because he was listening to his damn wife. You remember that, Chris?
Yeah. Of course. Of course. No, I remember that 1000%.
And let's see. Yonina says Donald Rumsfeld. Well, yeah. I mean, that whole administration. But if you look at that administration was literally the apparatus for every Republican president who went into office all the way going back to Nixon. I mean, a lot of these, even what Bill Barr goes all the way back to the Nixon administration. Who Trump had in right now. I mean, you go back to Rumsfeld. Rumsfeld goes back to Nixon. Cheney goes back to Nixon. Like, a lot of these dudes literally pop up for every fucking president. And so they just started off, they were young. They were the young underlings at the time. They were the young apprentices and shit like that, the interns. And now they've learned all the evil shit, how Washington maneuvers, and they've just consistently, each Republican administration have moved into power and continue. And on the Democratic side, after Carter, they pretty much just decide to tear everything down and start going a different direction after getting smacked so hard. Democrats lost 48 states in that election. And they decided we gotta go more to the right. And so that's when they came up with the what do they call it? The counterpunching or triangulation and all that shit. And that's why you've had the Democrats ever since have been following the playbook of Bill and Hillary Clinton. So that's just a little bit of bringing it back to the whole how this political system has been working. What was supposed to be Tom Brady? No, I don't know what Tom Brady. Yeah, Hillary goes back to that era, but she didn't have any power on a federal level. That's the thing. Hillary didn't have power on the federal level back then. Hillary was just that's when she was grooming Bill Clinton to grooming Bill Clinton and also trying to get her father's political ties and money to back her husband. Well, I don't know if it wasn't the husband at that point. Because I want to think, no, Nixon during Nixon, I want to say she was still probably in college in the Nixon administration. I don't know. Let's do the math. When was Hillary in college? I'll look real quick.
60s, 70s.
I want to say it was still in the 70s. Hillary in college. So she graduated 73. So she graduated college in 73. So she was still, that's why I said she was still grooming her husband at that point into his eventual run. Into, because actually I don't even think she knew Bill at that point. She was going because she had got a job in some corporate law firm, and then when she was on the board of when she was one of the lawyers for Walmart down in Bentonville, Arkansas, that's when she met Bill Clinton. So yes, that's
interesting. I didn't know all that.
Oh yeah, I've done a deep dive studying on their backgrounds, and like Bill Clinton is literally one of them weirdo kids who, from like 12 years old, wanted to be a president. Like Bill Clinton, after he met Carter when he was he met Carter when he was part of 4-H club in like 8th grade or something like that. He decided he wanted to be president.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So all the way back then, that's when he decided he wanted to be into politics. And then he got his how he got his push to governor is through Hillary's father's connections. And so that's the reason why Bill Clinton echoes Hillary, not the other way around. That's why when they talk about Obama's heritage-backed plan, which became Obamacare, it came out of a pushback to Hillary's plan. That's the reason why when Hillary ran for Senate, it was no shock to me. I'm surprised she didn't run for governor and all that stuff. But I guess she thought going Senate would give her a better avenue to try to run for president. It's just, she's just a detestable person. You said a congressional report Clinton helped pen during Watergate was later used to justify impeaching her husband. Now, yeah, but it would have been a report she would have been in college for. Let's see. So I'm going to say,
yeah. The Democratic Party. I've never seen them be more scared than I have in this particular cycle. You know, they have Kamala on Charlemagne looking just extremely stupid. Trump ran the ad featuring Charlemagne and DJ Envy. They managed to try to convince the networks to not run that ad because it was too effective. The Democratic Party and Kamala Harris whatever it is they're doing is wildly ineffective. It's I've never seen such ineptitude from the Democratic. Well, actually, I did. The Hillary Clinton people showed the ineptitude. The Obama people showed some sort of shrewd movements on camera and behind the scenes. The Clinton campaign, there was nothing shrewd about them. They were just rude. The Kamala campaign that I'm seeing now, I mean, Joe Biden, obviously it was COVID. There were a lot of shit going on with COVID. And they told everybody that, black people voted for Joe Biden in South Carolina, so he's our nominee. Right? We already know what they did with Bernie in 16. We know what they did to him in 2020. So
Well,
it's
I think
it's just
they
nasty business. It's just nasty business from the
well,
Democratic Party and the so-called left, especially as it pertains to electoral politics. It's
yeah,
very bad
agreed.
business. They're doing it well on any level.
I would say that they used to be. I would say that the Clintons were shrewd. Were shrewd. The thing is, if you're not shrewd with a good political operator in front of you, it falls apart and it's clumsy. And because Bill Clinton had charisma and was able to, on a surface level, really get people to follow him, it was effective. It's the same thing that was effective with the same thing that was effective with Obama. If you have somebody who has some kind of political talent, can speak on their feet, can move, can galvanize people, it can be effective. When you put somebody who doesn't have those things, i.e., you put that same system with a Hillary, it falls apart. You put that same system with Biden, you barely creep across. And the reason why you barely kept across is because Biden was already starting to lose it. If you had had a Biden from, I would say 2008, maybe
That was because they
it
cheated.
would have been a little different. But I think that what it is the Democrats screwed themselves. The moment that they decided that it wasn't going to be Bernie in the primaries, and they decided, okay, it's not going to be Bernie, we're going to make it Biden. They screwed themselves because what they did is they basically said, well, we don't trust any of these other candidates enough that they're going
Two
to
seconds,
be
Lord.
able to
Yeah,
win.
keep going.
Uh-huh. Go ahead. They're not going to be good
Keep going.
enough to be able to get across the finish line. So we're not going to put our weight behind Kamala. We're not going to put our weight behind Mayor Pete or I'm trying to remember some of the candidates that was running. I'm forgetting the woman in Minnesota, Klobuchar. We can't push any of these other people. And when they made it Biden, since there was everybody was looking at kind of like we need to make his VP a black woman, and I can't even remember why that was a big deal at this point, why it needed to be a black woman. But anyway, the reason when they put that when they put that together, which it would have been smarter if he would have picked somebody else besides Kamala. If he would have picked any other black woman out there to be his running mate, it would have been far more effective. But when they picked Kamala, the Democrats fucked themselves because the moment they did that, if Biden couldn't, oh, it had to be because of George Floyd. Ah, that's right, George Floyd was going on. Well, I mean, there was plenty of other people that I think it was like Marsha Fudge was in the running, like um, I'm blanking on all the different people at the time, but there were plenty of very capable, black women that they could have put up over Kamala. I mean, a person who is doubtful if she's barely even a black woman. I mean, I would say at best, what is she like, 10 to 15% black? I mean, I mean, her father is not even all the way black. I mean, he admits that he's part white. So let's say, for instance, her father would be 50-50, which I don't think he's ever even said that he's 50% black, 50% white, because he's definitely talked about having they've talked about having some Indian mixture in there. So there's no way he could be 50% black, 50% white. So that means that his black part is less than 50%, possibly at 25%. So if her so-called black father is what 25% black, then that would make her at most 12% black, meaning you are mostly an Indian woman. I mean, she's as equal parts white as she is Indian. I mean, equal parts white as she is black. But we're just gonna
She's equal
go.
parts.
So
She's equal. Well,
no,
she's mostly
she's
Asian.
majority Indian,
She's mostly
majority
Asian
Asian.
and Europe. She's
I,
mostly Asian and European with a little bit of African mixed in there.
yeah,
That is her actual background, like her makeup. You
and
know,
I'm like, and
there
so
is
that's
black
what
in
you.
her somewhere.
That's the black woman you chose to get. I mean, if
Yeah.
they would have got somebody who was a better operator than Kamala, if you this situation they ran into with Biden eventually, because you already knew that, I don't know how y'all thought that this dude was y'all going to drag him across the finish line for fucking 8 years. Everybody knew that. Okay, it is a miracle that he was able to make it through those couple of debates with Trump in 2020 or 2019,
Mm-hmm.
let alone you guys thinking that he was going to be able to make it 4 more years after that. And so if he wasn't going to
Mm-hmm.
make it, you already knew whoever the Democrats vice president was going to be is going to be one of the people who's up, because you guys have set that precedent by pushing Biden over the finish line because he was Obama's VP. You've already set that precedent. And so now you got to put Kamala up. What because if you push Kamala to the side, you would have a percentage of, now granted you're still going to have that heavy contingent of black Democratic voters, whether they're black men or women. You're going to have that the percentage you're going to get, you're going to have there's a certain floor to that is not going to drop below that. But if you don't hit that certain amount, that's when you lose. And I think that swapping Kamala out would have definitely given you no chance at winning. Now, some people believe she don't really have a chance of winning now, which could be true. I just lean in the camp that it's more of a. I think it's more kind of one of those 48-52 kind of things. Um, Certain things could break certain ways. She could win, he could win, but I think it's that close. I would give it. I mean, I may even say 50-51%
You
Trump.
really think it? You really think it's that close?
Mm-hmm. And I'll explain why. I know a lot of people have talked about black voters going to Trump and Hispanic voters going to Trump. But what has been leaving Trump is a percentage of voters that is even higher than the combined black and Hispanic votes that have gone to Trump. He's lost a lot of the not a lot, but he's lost a good chunk, easily like 5% of the white female vote that voted for him before. That 5% is worth far more votes than the black and brown percentage that have went towards Trump. Just simple numbers. And so that gives, with the whole
Again,
abortion stuff and Trump derangement, I think that gives a certain amount of votes to Trump. I mean, a certain amount of votes to Kamala that I don't think are necessarily being factored in. Now, I'm not saying that this is this fervent like love and support and desire for Kamala. I think it's the same way with Biden. I don't think that people were voting for Biden because they really loved Biden. I think that they felt he was lesser of two evils, and many of them just hated Trump. I don't think out of the percentage of people who voted for Biden, I think it's maybe like 10% that was like, we're rocking with Biden because we think he's a great candidate. I think Kamala's in that same boat. There's like 10% of people who really, really think Kamala is great. And the majority of people who are going to vote for Kamala is because Kamala is not Trump.
I don't think it's close in
And
any.
abortion and the abortion stuff.
I don't think it's close for. I don't think it's close at all in any of the states where it matters. To be quite honest, To the extent that it will be close, it will be because of shenanigans and bullshit. But if this was truly an honest election, it wouldn't be close. It's only going to be close because when you mix Trump derangement syndrome with people who just automatically reject so-called conspiracy theories, then it is what it is. Like again, when you tell people like, yo, they cheated in 2020, a lot of people will push back and say, no, I don't believe it. I think so. But again, when you look at the how everything worked out, when you just look at it, they was showing one thing on TV at one time. These motherfuckers went to break simultaneously. Everything changed. Again, that was just a very such a convenient uh what's the word I'm looking for? Such a convenient change of numbers, if you will. But again, that already passed.
I just
With
don't believe that majority of the country is really rocking with Trump. I just don't believe it.
It doesn't matter the majority. I'm talking about in the states where it matters. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I'm saying those states where it's white on white. How many white people like Trump versus how many white people like the who hate him?
But think about
All
it. The
these
vote blew
white,
no
it's not.
The Trump derangement and the vote blew no matter who. People are majority white people.
Yeah, majority. Yeah, maybe majority. Yeah,
They're majority of white people, so I mean, you're just having a matter of which
but in
one
the
gets out more of their
states,
people. Yeah, but
in those particular states,
they're
like
still in those states too.
If all of Milwaukee votes for or against Trump for the Republican side, doesn't matter Trump or not. Does that beat all of the white folks in Wisconsin voting for the opposition to that vote? No, it doesn't.
Mm, if you got all of Milwaukee, yeah, but they're not going to get all of Milwaukee. But there's also a couple of areas in Wisconsin that you'd have to factor in where there are still black populations there too,
Yeah,
who might vote
Milwaukee.
for the Democrats. No, I'm talking about even outside of Milwaukee. There's other areas too, because I mean, I did boot camp in Great Lakes, and in Great Lakes, part of Great Lakes goes into Wisconsin, so we were right up there, in Waukegan, Wisconsin, and so there's other areas where where I would say that there is I guess a city, a metro atmosphere that's not all rural country.
The one thing about Trump and the Republicans this particular cycle, they have not insulted us the way that they used to insult us in the prior cycles, right?
Uh,
Not to the extent that the Democratic Party has insulted us as black men. We are incapable of being independent thinkers. We're just fucked up, narcissistic, wannabe white men. Just all, and again, all this is coming from the Democrat liberal side of things. So to me, I'm saying fuck them, and I actually hope Trump wins just so I can laugh at them crying. Not that I think that it would make
I hear a lot of black men.
No, they really, really push my buttons this particular cycle. So I don't have no love, no nothing for that side. If you pro Kamala, you're against me, actually. If you're a Democrat, you're against me. I already know how Republicans and Trump people feel, but the way that the so-called liberals, the so-called enlightened, the so-called educated people, the professional class, the managerial class, the way that they have talked to niggas like me is wild disrespectful. Trump and them could only hope to be as disrespectful. The other side is wild disrespect. Wild disrespect. So I say fuck them. And if you feel bad about that, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Because it's out of pocket, out of control. It don't even make sense from a political strategist point of view. It don't even make sense how they've tried to address us, how they have tried to talk to us, how they have described us. It makes no sense. It is 1000%. Oh, you dumb niggas want to be white like Trump. That is their that. Oh, why don't you like Kamala? Oh, I don't like Kamala because A, B, and C. No, you wish you were Trump. Nah, fuck that. Mm-mm. And again, the other side don't got no love for me either. This is not an endorsement of the other side. It is just saying the one that pretends to be wants to be friends with me, fuck them. I ain't got no. I don't. Mm-mm. I mean, I wish them the worst of the worst. I hope Trump wins and all of his supporters be in your mentions and tweets for the next 4 years. That's how much I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel that same kind of animosity. I don't care about either one of them. I don't feel
Me
this. What I'm saying is, I don't feel this extra level of disrespect. I really don't, because I look at a lot of this stuff has been like, I listen to a lot of black men who feel disgusted about how many people are voting for Trump.
Yeah.
And so
And
that's their opinion. I don't.
Niggas. Most of them are soft
opinion.
niggas.
That's their.
Most of them are soft niggas.
And I look at it as I look at it as, I don't have a dog in this race. I don't care, because either way, shit is just gonna go downhill. That's an inevitable course. So why would I honestly don't root on, because I can tell that is a motivation for a lot of people who kind of want Trump to win, is they have some animosity towards some other group of people. I don't care. I don't care I don't care if they're happy. I don't care if they're sad. I just don't care. And so that's the reason why I feel like my feelings towards it is more neutral than mostly everybody else. I feel like I'm completely neutral in this, because I don't have this extra. I don't feel disrespected, because I never cared what these people thought any damn way.
Now I feel I just feel disrespected off GP because it is the 21st century. This is the internet. We can look at what you say. We can go back and see how you felt, what you say, and all this. Nah, this is wild. This is exactly streets. This is wild. This is wild disrespect disrespectful shit from the people who claim to want to speak for you and or want you to vote for them. One party is not in my face asking me to vote for them. One party already told me off rip, I don't fuck with you. Right? Okay, cool. You don't mess with me. I already know where to keep you. I view you how I view you. You're my opposition, etc. The other party, what do they say? Oh, come fuck with me. You know, we'll take care of you. We'll give you a place to stay. Da, da, da. And all the time you poisoning my water and my food. So no, I see what you have done.
But hold on. It's not
one side.
Hold on. It's not one side poisoning your water. Both sides are poisoning your water. Both of them are doing all of this shit together.
I know that one side wants to, but Marcus, the point that you're leaving out is, I know that one group wants to do this. The other group says it outwardly. One group says it outwardly. The other one pretends. There's a big difference.
But for me, their actions are still the same.
Was talking about.
They're both doing it. That's how I see it. They're both doing it. The Flint water crisis stuff. It's Democrats and Republicans who are responsible for that. what's going on with Denmark, South Carolina, is Democrats and Republicans responsible for that. The Russia-Ukraine shit, the whole what's going on in Gaza, all of these issues are bipartisan. All of them are bipartisan. That's what I'm saying. All of this, both parties are fucking you.
In terms, we know from a macro level they all agree, but what I'm saying on the lower level and how they try to get you to sign off on it, there is one group that pretends to be sympathetic to you. It was in Trump that went to Flint and with his cup said, "Oh, this water's good." That was Obama, knowing he knew better. I'm just saying, like, this is a slap in the face I'm talking about. And we can say, oh, they all are, again, when it comes to Zionism and what's going on, there's not a difference between one or the other. Foreign policy, there's not a difference between one or the other. One side just says, I'm not interested in you. I'm not going to talk to you. The other side is the one that chastises me and or comes for me for not thinking like them. There's not a conservative that's telling me that I'm the weirdo for saying that that men don't get pregnant. There's only another side. There's another side that's like, oh, we should fight for the right for you to be able to play sports. You got a dick. You shouldn't be playing with chicks. There's only one side. There's only one side that's telling us that we should be using pronouns.
But there's
only one side that is featuring all of these discussions about niggas on TV. Do you hear what they are saying about niggas?
And
the people, the people who are supposed to be on your side, who are saying that I'm your friend, I'm your ally, they're the ones being the most condescending and disgusting. The other side is telling you,
and the other side is telling you that you know what? There is no racism there, but it doesn't matter if you fuck with them or not. You're literally being happy that this person who is against you is being successful. That's how it's weighing down when you put that much care into it. You're talking about people being emotional, but you're being emotional about this.
You're taking emotional.
It is.
No emotion behind it.
It is emotion because you're literally getting upset.
Look at the narrative.
How can you say it's not emotion? How can you say it's not emotion when you're upset about it?
There's no emotion behind it.
How can you say it's not emotion when you're getting set about what these people say? You're laying down a litany of things while I would say at the other time, ignoring how the other side is literally trying to erase things that we've accomplished throughout history, trying to tell us that there is no racism, there is none of this.
When have they been any different? When have they been any different in our lifetime?
But what I'm saying is, I can't.
Why am I talking about Republicans? We've been talking about Republicans from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000, 2010, 2020. Why am I talking about them? We already know what they're about.
But
there's only one side that wants to appeal to us.
Regardless,
at the same time, I'm telling you that you're stupid for not fucking with Kamala. I mean, Marcus, come on, son. At some point, you gotta let go of the Democratic shit.
I'm not democratic. What you're missing here, I'm not being democratic. What I'm saying is I feel like you're just giving a blind pass to the other side. And I'm saying fuck both of them equally. I'm not giving no kind of difference to Kamala. I'm not supporting Kamala. I'm not pushing for Kamala. I'm not. What I'm saying is I'm holding the same smoke for both sides. I'm not giving a pass over here. The point that I
always make is why would we sit here and discuss Republican politics or conservative politics? It has not changed in 5 decades.
Exactly. So I'm not giving a pass for either one. I'm not giving a pass for either side. It is a pass. It is a pass.
No, it's not a pass. It's saying, I already know who you are. I don't fuck with you. They don't fuck with me. That's it. We already know. You stay on the south side, I stay on the north side.
But you might not fuck with them, but they still fuck with you. They still fuck with you.
There is only one that comes to my neighborhood.
But it doesn't matter about it. Doesn't matter about if one comes to your neighborhood or not. They still legislate.
You be talking about sometimes, son. Like, I love you, but sometimes, like, yo, son, it seems like sometimes you suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, or that you're still stuck on the old politics of the left.
So no. Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
We've talked about Republicans to Nixon and all the rest of it. We already know war on crack, war on drugs, all of this Republican shit. We know all of this. What I'm saying is their constituents don't have no love for us. They don't like us. We've been knew that. I'm saying it is the left, the gay left, the professional left, the entertainment left. They are the ones who when I go on the internet or turn on the TV, those are the ones being the most flagrant towards us, because I'm not.
But you're talking about talk. You're talking about people bitching online and arguments. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking. Listen, let me respond. Regardless of if you fuck with them or not, when they get in power, they still legislate over you. Do they not? They still legislate over you. So that is still fucking with you. That still has a bearing and effect on you. Whether they are soliciting your vote or not, they still have a bearing and impact on your life. That is what I'm talking about. Regardless of if they go for your vote or not, they still have a bearing upon your life. That's the reason why you might call this some Trump derangement. It's not. I look at you're affecting me. I'm not going to only care about what you do because you're the only one who tries to get my vote. You're both still affecting me. So I have a problem with you both. I'm not going to ignore you because you didn't want my vote. You still did something to me. So I still have a problem with you. That is how I see it.
I grew up in New York. I watched white liberals, white Democrats vote for Giuliani and Bloomberg time and time after again. These are Zionists, these are white folks, but they vote Democrat when it comes to presidency. But other than that, they don't fuck with me.
I can trace with people who have controlled my city and my state completely decimate my areas. I've watched businesses shut down because of their actions. They didn't want my vote. They didn't care about my vote, but I've watched the decisions they make affect me directly. Not what somebody said online. I've watched their actions affect me. And so I don't just turn a blind eye to it. And I get it, because right now I live in California. Who cares what the Republicans do because it doesn't affect you? But for instance, the state of Kansas, not that long ago, all three branches of government were controlled by Republicans. Do you know they almost bankrupted the whole entire state? Do you know how many people's taxes got raised through the fucking roof because of how many businesses got shut down in my home county? Those are real world things that have fucking happened to us, and they didn't care about our vote. They didn't pander for our vote, but they still affected us.
Is that
government? That's what I'm talking about. You're affecting me. It's not about, oh, well, the people who are complaining online and they're saying this about me online. I'm talking about real world consequences, how they affect me in my day-to-day life. And what I see is both of them do things which fuck me over in my day-to-day life. And so I still have a problem with them, regardless of if they pander to me or not.
And I don't disagree with anything that you just said. Not a single thing. I do not disagree. There's no pushback at all. We already knew that. I'm saying when it comes to this political thing, when they try to reach out to me, only one particular group is insulting me on its face for not being with them. The other one does not, just says, oh, you don't mean anything. So they don't pay me no mind. I'm saying the personal insults are coming from one side. And when I see that.
For you, they are. I've gotten the personal insults from both sides. I've gotten to deal with it from both sides.
I don't see Republicans in this particular moment. Only thing I'm saying. Because
everything I watch.
look, all whether I see it in from church, media, entertainment, whatever sphere, media, every sphere, you niggas who ain't voting for Kamala, y'all, there's something wrong with you. You're stupid. Me and Trey sit here and we document this shit all the time. All the disrespect is not coming from the other side. And that's not saying that they're not disrespectful or that they care or that they want the best. It is not saying that at all. So please
hop on and disagree with the other side and see what happens.
Personally, I have shot at them. When I'm ready to go at them, I will go at them. I just went at them the other day. Didn't I just call them a bunch of weekend cells last week and go on a rant about them?
Yeah, but I'm saying is I've just put out stuff that has nothing to do with them, not even talking to them, and had to go back and forth with them. I've numerous times went back and forth with them. And so I don't just have this smoke for one side. That's all I'm saying. Y'all, and I don't get how you could say that it's Trump derangement when I'm literally telling you I got smoke for both sides.
The only thing is that the Republicans, which is surprising, I'm talking about even their politicians, not right-wing online commenters. Even their politicians have been remarkably good on not saying anything too crazy lately. They're way better about it. That's not saying they're not that way. I'm saying just for the theatrical aspect of this system that we are watching, they have not been their usual racist, out loud selves. I'm talking about.
I got a different fee than you do.
Not the politicians, and them talking about immigrants. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I'm be concerned myself. I'll leave that right there.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I got a different fee than you do because they have not been less racist now.
I'm not seeing them act the way that it was a while ago. And again, at the end of the day, what I'm most concerned about is being called stupid because I don't go with your agenda.
And I've been just called stupid just because, regardless if I agree with them or not. I've been called stupid just because. That's what I'm saying. And me and Thomas, I guess we're the only ones who have went through this and understand dealing with this. This other side has literally told us to our faces,
you ain't shit.
That this is. Yes, and that I am intentionally going to do stuff to go against you.
Yes.
I am intentionally going to go against you. I'm going to do everything in my power to make life worse for you. Yes. And if you're telling me that, how do I just ignore that because this side is patronizing me?
What did you say? A Republican just called me stupid, vegan, lefty the other day. As a gay man, I cannot ever vote. Media, as a gay man, you can't vote Republican. Why? As a gay person, why can't you vote Republican?
See, and here's another thing that I'll say. You know what? On some of the social issues, I don't disagree with Republicans on many social issues, but on economic policy, I definitely disagree with them. And I know the consequences that come with many of their economic policies. It comes with, it's going to be bad for Black and brown communities. That I know for a fact because I've gotten to see it. And so I can't sit there and close my eyes to what I know that's going to be done from that.
Do you see the Central Park 5 is filing whatever against Donald Trump? Defamation from the ad he took out.
It's going to be too late to get anything off of that.
You see what I'm saying? I hate these motherfuckers just got out the Bing. They trying to get their pussy. They trying to have kids. They trying to get money. Who's doing that? Okay, that's a politically motivated thing. I hate seeing that shit. I hate seeing because you ain't filing it against the city of New York. You're going against Donald Trump, not the city of New
let
York.
me respond this one real quick to Meteor Dream. Meteor Dream says, I'm not voting for Kamala either. I'm voting for Jill Stein. I'm not voting for anybody. The reason why is because not voting for Jill Stein is a virtue signal. Just be flat honest. It's a virtue signal. It's not going to get you anywhere. It's not going to change anything. Voting for Trump is not going to help me. Voting for Kamala is not going to help me. If Kamala gets in there, it's not going to make a fucking difference positive for me. If Trump gets in there, it's not going to make a difference positive for me either. And that's the reason why I'm saying I am the one here who is completely neutral on this shit. Neither one of these are going to help me in any fucking way at all. At all. So I that's the reason why I don't have some kind of, I feel a little bit more towards this one than that one, because I got a lifetime built up of this other one over here letting me know how much they fucking hate my guts. And the moment, and they pray for the opportunity they can get in there and make my life fucking miserable. And I'm not going to close my eyes to that because I feel insulted by this other one over here. And that's the thing. It's not only, I've gotten to see what happens when this shit that they talk about on the national level. I've gotten to see what happens when it's put into effect, when there's no pushback to it. Now, I'm not saying that the Democrats are good or any of that shit, but it's the difference of you're slowly going downhill or you're quickly going downhill, and it's going to be very rough on you on the way down. And I'm not going to sit there and root or be happy to see the person going there that I know is going to fuck things up and make things worse on me. And so I look at either way is a lose-lose. I don't look at this as, haha, you guys get no, it's a lose-lose. And
it is.
And I'm neutral about this shit. I feel it's, and to get upset with me and think it's Trump derangement or whatever, it's not. I feel like I lose either way.
You know,
for those who say stuff was better for them under Trump, shit wasn't no fucking different for me under Trump. Shit ain't been different for me under Biden, under fucking Trump, under fucking Obama. Shit has been, neither one of these presidents, anything has ever been any fucking different for me. So not one of them has done anything that's made my life fucking better. None of them.
So I guess for me in my personal life, the people I come across, most of the people who hate Trump and can't stand him, they're the most condescending people to me in any type of conversation whenever it is revealed that I'm not scared nor concerned about Trump winning or losing. Then they say to me, oh, you know, he's racist. So if you can't get a response or remark out of me, then you go to say, okay, well, you're black, so let me just go ahead and say like the thing that would trigger you most.
I get it. You got a personal beef with people, and this is projecting your feelings, some personal beef that you have with people. I don't have said such beef with these people. That's the reason why I'm saying it's not Trump derangement for me.
And so for most of those people, especially, so it's from COVID, it's a lot of shit that I have with quote unquote Democratic voters, liberal voters. I done already been shitting on Republicans from the 90s.
Shout out to Anna over there on Rockbin.
2000s. All of them. I've been shitting on them from all of that. Now it's just,
and I will continue to shit on them.
Now it's just time for these people to get the same amount of smoke that now it's just time for them to get the same amount of smoke that the other group has usually gotten. From my perspective, you've lived in the Midwest. I've always lived on the East Coast, and I've always been surrounded by this particular group of people who think that they are just so enlightened and so much better. And, you know, after all these years, they're really just as dumb as the people that they complain about.
And if you move to the Midwest or anywhere where it's deep red, you're going to get the same fucking thing.
No, I see that.
Same damn thing. That's what I'm telling you. You're going to get the same thing.
I've seen that here as well in certain parts. But what I'm saying is the other side, when they don't, I just don't, I would rather you tell me you don't like me and you don't mess with me. I would rather that. That's the only point.
If it's just you leave me alone, that's one thing. But it's not you just leave me alone. It's you're going to do stuff to fucking affect my life. That's the thing. They're not just saying I'll leave you alone. They're saying I'm not going to ask you for your vote, but that doesn't mean they're going to leave you alone.
Yo, we
They're
had the
still
war
going
on
to do shit.
We had the war on drugs forever. I never saw the Democratic Party do anything. The Democratic Party do anything to combat the negative effects of that. I've never witnessed that.
And who's the one who put the damn drugs in our community? Which is the party that put the damn drugs in our community?
The Republicans.
Exactly. That's my thing. They've been the ones to put the drugs in our community, to put the guns in our community. They've been the ones who pushed that shit.
But I saw the Democrats participate in the legal system, prosecuting us, keeping us in prison too. So it's as you just say, there's no innocent or good people here.
And that's why I got smoke for both of them.
I already done laid out my smoke for the other side. Now I'm just firing at the other side. The people who want us to think that men can have babies, that's the side I'm firing on right now.
And my thing is,
we've been far too kind and quiet about them. Far too.
And my thing is, with what they put into all these school systems, even outside of thinking about that. If I had kids, I would want to homeschool my kids anyway, because I think all these schools are fucking trash.
And not for nothing, the education system is largely dictated by which group? If we're keeping it a buck, which group is dictating most of the educational policy?
That's actually hard to say, because the money that comes into both these politicians to push from it comes from politicians who vote both sides. So
okay, in the states with the majority of the people, who's running the policies there?
You could say the left.
Okay, exactly. Thank you, Jonina. They're the ones pushing it, despite what the Republicans and or conservatives do in their small little nests. It is, it's.
Okay, they push that, but then also who is the Daughters of the Confederacy? Because they're the ones in a lot of those states where they certify your school books.
You see, so for me,
that ain't people from the left, and that's what I'm saying. But for me, I'm never going to be to the point of just turning a blind eye. I feel like there's a lot of people who are not putting the smoke out towards both.
But you don't think that they're in the fourth quarter with like 3 minutes left?
No, I don't. Not at all.
Really?
No, I don't. If they were in the fourth quarter, Trump wouldn't have a chance of winning.
It's the fourth quarter. You still got a chance, but it don't mean that.
Well, you feel like you just said before you believe that Trump has it. It's not even a close race. So if Trump has it, but if he has it and it's not a close race, then how does that make you in the fourth quarter? That doesn't make you in the twilight. That makes it. That looks like your future is very bright.
No. It's saying like it's the last throes of an older generation. After this, there's the reason it's total different.
And the reason why I've always disagreed with that is because I've looked at it as what we've seen in this country is the so-called left has only went more and more to the right. Now, you might throw in all the social stuff that's considered to the left, but economically is where I've really cared. I've never really cared about the social issues. That's what I'm saying. That's my perspective. I care more about not social issues. I care more about economic issues than social issues any day. Because when you get home, you can inform your kids of whatever the hell you want to. But economics is what affects us all, no matter what. You can still go home and teach your kid Buddhism, whatever, animism, religion, whatever religion you want. Christianity, Judaism, you can have all those fundamentals. You can take these kids to the different private schools and teach them all these other things. But the economics is what touch everybody, and nobody's immune from the economics of this country. And as both parties
That is a
become
fact.
more and
They
more
all
and
do.
more to the right, that's what has always been my focus. It didn't have
So
nothing to do with the social shit.
you're 100% correct in that. It doesn't matter foreign policy, economic policy, legal issues. There's no light. There's no separation. None whatsoever. If there is
Mhm.
any separation, I would like for anybody to prove it to me because I don't see any. I don't even see the sliver of separation when it comes to the issues I just mentioned. You know what I'm saying? So on
Hell,
that, we fully agree.
Obama, who most people consider the left, considered himself basically the same as Reagan.
Also, too, isn't it funny how the Democrats now were saying to us, "Oh, Project 2025, Heritage Foundation, blah 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 blah." But if you tell them, "Yo, we're going to get rid of Obamacare," they will fight you on that, and that is also a Heritage Foundation plan.
Yeah, but my only thing that I would say on that is it's more deep than one plan that the Heritage Foundation has. I mean, Project 2025 is 900 pages of bunch
And
of
it's
different things they want to do.
multi-years long. Correct. It was
Yeah.
Project 2023. It was Project 2021.
I
Project.
mean, hell, there was a project 88 because they did that shit all the way back to the Reagan administration.
That's what I'm saying.
And
So
some
why you?
well, many of those things some of those things have been put in. That's the reason why I feel like the country has been moving more and more and more to the right every year. And there's that old saying, for every reaction,
There's an equal and opposite reaction.
exactly. And so as they push more and more harder to the right on some of these things, that's why you have some of this socially air quotes left stuff going on, which I don't even classify it as socially leftist, because being left or right actually has to do with economic policy. It's not social issues.
It's
But
not,
in
but
America,
however,
they've made social issues right
but
or left.
each group has adopted social policies that and economic policy. Each advocate for it matches. The left wants
That's what
more
I'm saying.
government.
That's why I don't, because if you look at politics outside of the United States, you look into perfect example, let's see. Oh, somebody brought up Bolivia earlier. Bolivia is a very religious country. Most of the people are Catholics. Most of them would be, even the people who are on the left would disagree with most of this socially left stuff. They're not for the LGBTQ stuff. They're not for the trans stuff. A lot of that stuff, many people who would be considered to the left in many countries are against that stuff. So therefore, that stuff is not even necessarily a left situation, because being part of the left is a economic theory and thought process, not social policy. There are plenty of
Yeah,
people who, and that's my issue with a whole lot of these people when they start talking about left versus right, because real
but
left versus right
that's my
has
thing.
nothing to do with drag story hour.
So Marcus, that's my reason for my vitriol of the left and or the Democrats, right? Is that we already know about the right. We already know whether it's from a racial standpoint, from economic standpoint, or a lot of other issues. We already know that we already got them in the ops column. Like we can't put them anymore in the opposition column.
But do you stop
It's
focusing on your ops?
also, huh?
But do you ever stop focusing on any of your ops? I don't. Once you in my ops column, you are always in there, and I'm always going to keep my
But what
focus
I'm
on you.
saying is, that's what I'm saying. We already got you there. We already monitoring you. We got the infrastructure set up to watch you, monitor you, listen in on your conversation, weigh in. We already know. What I'm saying,
Well, you said weigh
people.
in. A lot of these people who say that that's their ops, they're not weighing in on anything.
But okay, what is different with them now that from 1999? What is different?
Honestly, they went further to the right than 99.
Like what?
A lot of the economic policies went even. I mean, think about it. Trump is literally talking about trying to get rid of the. He wants to switch out tariffs for taxes altogether. So he's basically trying to make it so corporations don't pay shit.
If we
literally,
he also floated the idea. He said no income tax.
Yeah, and how the fuck would that shit work?
He's using tariffs for the income tax,
and that's.
I'm not saying
that's
it
my
will work.
thing. It's idiotic.
It will work.
It's idiotic. It would not fucking work. It's just like Herman Cain when he wanted to do his 999, and what he was going to do is he wanted to shift everything onto consumption. So he wanted everybody to pay out the ass to fucking buy anything. And if that would have been possible for him to do that, the price of goods in this country would have went through the fucking roof. It would have made everything so fucking expensive in this country that hardly anybody who wasn't sitting on 100,000 or more will have a hard time fucking living in this country. That's where that's where a lot of their policies.
It already is like that.
And oh no, it's not close to how bad it would have been. This is because of easily fuck it, just say it. This is like that because of COVID. When the whole when all of the different supply chains and all that shit got fucked up, and it did inflation. If you have any kind of situation like that, no matter who the president is, you shut down the economies, you're going to have supply line backups, and it's going to lead to inflation. Now, I don't think that is, that's a specific policy that was put in to cause inflation. That wasn't like a legislative thing. That was supply chains fucked up. And here's the thing.
Okay.
Inflation. And here's the thing. That inflation is worldwide. The inflation is worldwide. And so
Marcus, it's funny you brought up COVID, right? In just terms of wrestling and just watching production, who would you be for and who would you be against in the age of COVID?
What do you mean?
One side was for all of the fuck shit. There was another side that was saying, "No, we don't need to participate in this."
Dude, for a minute was thinking about moving from California because of how much I fucking hated what was going on here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's another reason. That's more of the reason for my smoke for this particular group. They got it coming to them. They really do. With
and
all
my thing is, do we think that some shit like this is not going to happen from the
even climate change? And I know a lot of people on the left be on some climate change shit. You know, they got to get off that shit too. You know, that's some more bullshit they're giving y'all. I'm not saying that their climate isn't changing or that there haven't been physical changes in, the geography. I expect that to happen naturally. I don't feel that.
Can I put this out there then? Since all of these people who can't wait to be happy for Trump to win, to throw it in everybody's faces, I don't want to hear a motherfucking complaint for 4 years about nothing he does. Because I don't hear none of y'all complaining about him now. I don't hear none of y'all complaining about anything he does now. So I don't want to hear nobody. And all of y'all other content creators out there, I'm telling y'all the same shit. All of y'all who not saying nothing about him right now, I don't want to hear none of y'all shit when he start doing shit when he gets elected. I don't want to hear nothing from none of y'all.
If we're going to do, though, just an honest analysis, I don't expect Trump to be able to do anything because the Republican Party...
That's fine. But don't complain about nothing when he does.
Hold on. The Republican Party in itself is not they don't support him, they don't stand with him. So I see him just getting in as a cultural distraction. American policy will largely run the same. Trump will not be able to do half of the things that he wants to do, for the simple fact that his own quote unquote party, they're not even 50% with him. They're probably like 41, 42% of the way with him. And you can complain about that percentage. That means that there's still 58% that ain't rocking with him, which means legislatively nothing is getting done. So
We'll
then
see.
it'll just be people reacting to his Truth Social comments, his Twitter comments, his reactions in the press. It won't be because any kind of crazy policy that Donald Trump's White House puts forward. Any crazy policy that he signs will come from the congressional Republican side, that he will decide to just sign for just to say, okay, I'll go with it.
I that's how you see it. I disagree, but I mean, it doesn't matter.
He
I'm
was
just saying
already
my
president.
perspective.
But what did he do crazy when he was there the first time?
A lot of the regulations which he took apart, some of those regulations led to that train crash that happened in East Palestine. That's one that I would say that he did that did affect people.
Okay, what else?
These regulations do have consequences in certain ways, and it might not be able to see directly how it connected to something, but they do connect to things.
So are we putting that on Donald Trump, or is that just standard Republican shit with regulation?
It was a federal regulation that was lifted that allowed for them to be able to traffic those things across that state the way they were. That was part of those regulations which Trump cut away, and that did contribute to that accident. That's something I would say. Bridges that he was supposed to fix, he didn't decide to fix them. There were bridges that dropped because of that. I mean, there are things that I could go through, but I don't spend the time going through it because, hey, it doesn't matter, because the people who they don't feel like Trump did anything wrong and nothing happened bad under Trump that they experienced, so it doesn't matter.
You didn't think that by the time he was finished that he just had the average Republican presidency? Do you think
No,
that
I don't. There were that
I
dude
think that
signed,
it was
that he signed more executive orders than damn near anybody in history. Like than a couple of presidents combined. There's a lot of shit that he did that doesn't scream right out at you right away. But there's a lot of shit that if you go and trace back, you can see that it did lead to different things with corporations. And corporations are where we see these problems.
Do you think that the Democrats, Chris, wasn't going to put forth the Space Force? You said Trump tried to start war with Iran twice. Is that not American policy?
Yeah,
not just
and
Republican or Democrat. That is an American
that I would say
policy.
is both. That is American policy, and that's going to be something that would have been pushed under Obama. Well, Obama was the one that kind of pushed back a little bit right before he got out of office. But whether it's Kamala or Trump, and the thing about it is, I think Trump is going to be even more hawkish. Because Trump is going to feel like he don't have to fucking pander to nobody. He don't give a shit about the people who are going to complain about it. So he's going to tell Israel, go buck wild, do what the fuck you want.
Hold on. I want to say to Ruby's point is that just the last part of her sentence, her comment about Trump printed tons of money. Remember, no U.S. president determines the current how much currency is put into circulation. We know that is truly a function of the Fed.
But who puts in? But who nominates the people to the Fed to do the job?
Did Trump appoint all of the federal chairmen around the country?
No, but he
Or
appointed he appointed he appointed their boss. He appointed
they
Mnuchin,
still
who was the one who put those policies in play. I mean, Trump himself even admitted that he didn't know shit about a lot of the people who he was appointing to positions. He was
exactly.
just doing.
That's what I liked about the interview is that he finally said, "I'm an idiot and I don't know shit."
And because he didn't know shit, it led to consequences.
Yeah, look, he finally said it. Yo, out of all the people that he put in his orbit, the one person who I said is I don't want to say it, but he mentioned Bolton. I said okay. That doesn't mean that he's okay or Trump is good, but at the very least, he recognizes that Bolton is a piece of shit. But
And
then
the
if you
only
hear him on, but hold on, but then if you hear him on the stump, he's Zionist talking points all day long.
dude, the
So
only
it's
reason
like
why he
you
cares,
playing with people. You playing with people saying that
and that's not
I don't
playing in
like
our
Bolton
face.
and that was a mistake with Bolton. But then on your current campaign trail, you like, oh, Israel got to do the job quick. They got to do it fast. They got to do it now. They got to get it over with. So he's playing with his own base who doesn't know any better.
No, he's
You
playing
and
with
I
all
know
of
better.
us.
You
He's
and I
playing with
know better.
everybody.
He's not playing you. He's not playing you. He's not playing me. He's not playing the people.
Like,
Well, at
like
least I hope he's not
I
playing
can't
most
believe it.
people in his chat.
Joe Rogan tried to basically give him a lifeline on there, and that's why I say like it was basically as if he's a Trump supporter because he's like, oh well, yeah, some of the people you appointed wasn't you regretted it because they were this or that. No, his reasoning that he regretted those people, it had nothing to do with their ideologies. It had to do with because they were not Trump first. Trump don't give a shit about ideologies. He only give a shit about loyalty. That's all he care about. If you loyal, you could be the number one fucking Hitler supporter. As long as you loyal to him, that's all that matters. Trump don't care. You can be fucking LGBTQ and just do what I tell you to do. That's all it's all that matters to Trump.
Hmm?
Loyalty over everything. And if he need to break the law here and there, he don't give a fuck about it. And my
At
thing
all.
is, I'm looking at how much he's tying himself with fucking Elon Musk and Miriam Adelson, which is far worse than her husband was, and some of these other people.
She's like, it's like, how can I say? Like, you're a bad guy, right, Marcus?
Mm-hmm.
You're a bad guy. And you're like, matter of fact, you're Thanos, right? And you're like, yeah, I want to snap half these motherfuckers. And Liz is death. She's like, kill everybody. You're like, I just want to kill half of people.
Yep.
She's like, get rid of them all. That is who Miriam is.
And that's what I'm saying. Miriam is going to she wants him to unleash the gates of hell. And all these Republicans who have been begging for what they've been begging for their war with Iran, they about to get that war with Iran the moment he get in the office. Because he ain't gonna give a fuck. He doesn't know enough to know that that's not a good idea. He doesn't know enough. And now he'll get up there and talk his ass off like a fucking salesman, but he doesn't know enough. And you know what? Why it matters, why I care about that is young black kids like I was are going to be the ones who are ignorant to all this shit and just looking for money to go to college. And they're going to go and sign up trying to get money to go to college and get their ass fucking blew up because he don't give a fuck and he just doing whatever the money tells him to do. Now, Kamala's going to do the same shit, but I can't turn a blind eye to his ass because I know he going to be the same fucking way.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Do we think that it's going to be different either way?
No, that's the reason why I'm not so happy that he like I think Ruby said it before. Ruby said it about not being happy about either one of them winning. I'm not going to be happy that he wins just because I get to rub it in somebody's face. I think it's going to be a sad day either way, no matter who wins. There's not nothing that makes me happy.
The reason why my reason is that, okay, you people still don't get it. Let Trump win again. Let's see let's see if you start to get it, because you just not paying attention to anything. So let him win. Let him win.
And
it's not even about anti-Kamala. It's not even about anti-Kamala. I'm saying, all right, you know, this is what you want. Here, give you what you want.
Honestly,
it's not an endorsement, because you know, you and I already know none of this really matters.
Honestly, now you guys know my interview style. I normally just kind of lay it out there. I let people expand, and I let the chat, and I let the people who are viewing it, I let y'all make your determinations on what that person is saying in the interview. I normally don't push back on people, but next year sometime, I'm gonna get on one of those people who are advocating one of these Muslims for Trump, who are saying we want to vote for Trump because Kamala, what she's doing right now. And when Trump signs the executive order recognizing Gaza as Israeli territory, then I want to hear y'all motherfucking mouths in that y'all help, that y'all co-sign the motherfucker who literally is going to help destroy your people. Now I get that. I get when you can't do anything about it, and so you take your hands off the wheel and don't vote for either. But y'all are literally going to help the downfall of your people. Yes, I do. I see it. Do dissidents. I see a bunch of them who they can't wait for Trump to win. They're not saying it, but they're saying it in my eyes. And I don't look at it as good for either one.
I don't watch any of these programs, and I don't care for I think this is all a show. Obviously, Trump is being backed by Adelson. That should tell you all you need to know. That you don't need to know anything more, right? If he was truly independent and didn't have that backing, then I would say, yo, homeboy is different. But he's got that backing, so that already tells us that it's more of the same. You know,
yeah.
This just gets our attention off of what they're doing in the Middle East, the current, cleansing of the area.
That's Himcar over here, my buddy, he says Harris is a bigger neocon, and I gotta dispel that notion.
No,
I don't support Harris.
He's right.
I don't support Harris. Harris is not a bigger neocon. Harris don't believe in anything. The woman believes in nothing.
Yo, when you have the Cheney's supporting you, hold on. When you have the one thing that we can say, though, honestly, like, we know it's all a show. However, the Cheneys have never been fake about anything. That's the one thing you can say about the Cheneys. They've never been fake at all.
No, they don't like Trump. They don't like Trump for petty reasons. That's why.
It doesn't matter.
What I'm saying
is it does not matter, in that if you come out, I'm against this person. The Cheneys, dog, come on, Mark.
No, I think
you got to say, if we talk Cheney versus Trump, I'll take Trump all day.
No, what I'm saying is, I think strategically that shows Kamala's a fucking idiot and her people are idiots. But maybe she sees some kind of calculation or triangulation. Like I said, Kamala only wants power. That's how I see Kamala. I don't see Kamala like people were talking about. Kamala's a Marxist communist. Kamala don't believe in anything. Kamala has no political ideology. Kamala only believes in power. She doesn't
even believe in power.
No,
She's not.
she wants to be president because she wants that position. She
No,
might
she
not even
doesn't.
care about the power.
No, she
She wants the
doesn't.
position. She wants the
She does
position.
not want to be president.
Yes, she does.
No, she
Yes, she
does
does.
not.
The woman is
No,
just a dingbat. That's all. She's just
she
a
does not
dingbat.
want to be president.
No, oh, you think that she's running some 4D chess that she's been pretending to be an idiot for fucking like 8 years?
She
Kamala,
bowed
even,
out. She bowed
Kamala,
out in
even
2020
because she
she
was
had.
getting her ass kicked. Because she
So
was
I'm
getting her
saying
ass kicked. That's why she bowed out.
she's not more popular. It's just the media has put her in front of our faces like this is who you have to vote for in opposition to the Republican candidate in Donald Trump. And we already know the opposition to Trump is saying we'll vote for a trash can over him. Well, they've got their trash can. She doesn't even care that she's a
No,
trash can.
no.
Yo,
I
she
no.
went to Michigan. Hold on. She went to Michigan, right? Just fill me on this. Just from a political analysis standpoint, right? She went to Michigan. She had that interview and said, yo, what's really good was what's going on in Gaza or whatever. What did she say? She said, well, those people buy groceries too. They're concerned about the price of groceries.
Chris, I would agree with you that that's the case, if all of a sudden she started acting this way. Kamala has been acting this way since she was the senator, since she was DA. This is Kamala how she's been the whole time she's been on the public stage. The whole time she's been on the public stage, this woman has been a fucking dingbat. The whole time. This ain't some like, oh, well, I'm saying stupid shit to throw people off. She has been saying stupid shit the whole time she's been in the political media. Because I believe she doesn't believe in anything. And if you don't believe anything and you don't research anything, then you're going to be unprepared and say stupid shit.
If we want to talk about affirmative action or even the current word of the day, DEI, she truly is the poster child for that. Unfortunately.
And I'm not going to.
She's called Black, but it is unfortunate, but she really is the poster child for the people who cry about programs like that, even though there is legitimate reasons for an affirmative action in the 1970s or 1980s or 1990s or even today. However, she doesn't even represent herself well enough to. She has no credibility. Marcus, if you or I had a little bit, especially me, if I had a little bit more media training and, a couple other issues, maybe I could be up on that stage. You could definitely be up on that stage. And if someone wanted to have an intelligent conversation with you by the quote water cooler, as they say, or now at the coffee shop, they could have an intelligent conversation with Marcus and say, well, damn, he knows his shit without even going into some like real deep shit. Kamala can't even conduct herself even on some coffee shop shit. You would start talking to her in line and be like, oh my God, I made the mistake in talking to this crazy nincompoop. She's telling you how her cat tells her to go get a coffee.
We'll see. Here's the thing. I just
woke up. I wanted a coffee. Caddy said, "Go get a coffee."
Here's the thing, because I know people in real life who are like Kamala. They're not all idiots. I don't even believe Kamala's an idiot. She don't care about this. This is not something she truly cares about. She cares more about the status, the position. I've known people like when I was in the military, I'm not going to say their names, but they cared about what was on the side of their arm, what was right here, or what was on these collars than doing the job or the leader or any of that. They just cared about the position.
Why is it?
They don't care about doing the job.
So let me ask you this about her. Why is it that she can't even drum up the same type of excitement that Obama could?
Because she doesn't care.
Even half the level of, not the full level Obama 07 experience, but even, let's just say, half of that.
Because Obama cares enough about the topics to try to learn something about them. Even if it's bullshit, enough to be able to give back some kind of response. Kamala don't even care enough. She's the person who believes I can get up in front of the class, not read the book, and I can bullshit my way through this. And she can't, but she still believes she can do it. Whereas Obama's at least going to skim the title and the first page and then be able to come up with a response off of having some kind of knowledge of. She doesn't even take the time to research that much.
Exactly, deep state. Exactly. That's my point. It's not.
I guess the Dodgers must have won.
Yeah, no, they've been won.
I hear the fireworks going off.
No, they've been won. They won a long time ago.
Oh.
Yeah, they hit a grand slam last night, walk off, and then they handed the Yankees their ass today. But they come back home. Y'all coming to the Bronx. So I'm from Queens, but it's still the Yankees, and we about to show y'all some shit. You know what I mean? But this, Marcus, what you just said, that's what I'm saying. She's not at all like somebody who wants to be there. She's somebody who's like, I was chosen. Okay, I don't really
Chris,
care.
I gotta give you some of the inside baseball on this stuff. Some of the inside baseball on this stuff. Have you talked to any of these people who like work for consultant firms who work in DC?
Not in some time, but many years.
I've talked to people who work in this, who like literally are heavy hitters in this field. When you talk to these people, they don't know anything. They're all a lot of them are fucking idiots. A lot of them. Now you have a handful who are just conniving, evil geniuses. They're smart.
I don't see.
But majority of them are idiots, and there's a lot of people who fail upwards in those industries. You get promoted by not asking questions and by not being inquisitive, by just getting in front of people and be willing to say whatever speech somebody hands you.
Every single place they put her in, she does horribly. Even with somebody like Charlemagne, who is like trying to help her, right? Like, yo, I'm just gonna throw you alley-oops. You just gonna smash. You just gonna catch a dunk every time. You know what I mean? Yo, we're gonna run the pick and roll, screen and roll. Yo, I'm gonna just cut left. I'm gonna just throw it up with my left hand. You just catch that shit and just bang. Yo, she's missing every pass.
Honestly, somebody pointed out something. Somebody pointed out something that was a crazy observation. Kamala actually does worse in friendly interviews. She actually does worse in friendly interviews.
She did just as bad on Fox as she did with Charlemagne.
I think she did worse. I think she did worse with Charlemagne. Because she's giving softballs right down the plate. She's striking out in T-ball. She's striking out in T-ball. Come on.
Exactly.
I mean, at least with like Fox, no, he's throwing you hard curveballs right on the inside, down and low. I mean,
Yes.
he's putting
And
them
you
things
just gotta
right on a centimeter on the plate and making you have to really watch and work for it. She's going in with the Charlemagne's and the Call Me Daddy or something broadcast, and they're asking her fluff questions. I'm telling you, putting it right on the T-ball, and she's striking out in the easiest. That's what I'm saying. This is a woman who does not come in prepared.
But this is why I say she does not want this. She knows that
this
she can make more.
This reminds me of Shiva. Shiva he comes in interviews unprepared and just wants to talk his shit.
So, but Shiva actually like has a desire to want. To me, she does not strike me as somebody who wants to actually. She stands to me as the type who's like, oh, you tell me I'll make more money. I'll make more money losing than if I win. Oh, absolutely. I'll do that.
How would she make more money losing? She won't make more money. She wouldn't make more money losing.
Yes, she will.
No.
Yes,
you telling me Al Gore has more money than Bill Clinton?
He's got a lot of money. They both got a lot of money.
He got a lot of money, but you don't get more. When you become a president, and even if it's a one-term president and you get knocked out, the book money and all that you make, the speaking fees go through the roof. You make less. You make far less money losing.
Al Gore is a part of the reason why we say the term climate change. So
yeah, but Al Gore was already pushing that. Al Gore was already pushing that before.
But that's a bad comparison because Al Gore came up. Probably
but the thing is, Al Gore had something going. Al Gore was already pushing that climate change stuff before he even ran for president.
I know.
I mean, also with him calling himself the father of the internet. Also, Al Gore is somebody who was a hustler. He was a hustler already. That's not, you can't compare. And here's another thing. About Shiva. If Shiva was on the level that Kamala was on, he wouldn't have to push as hard. He wouldn't have to be as informed. When you're not as high on the level, you do got to do a little bit of homework and you got to push to get to the level. But when you get to the level easy, that's when you take your foot off the gas pedal, because at this point, she don't have to do anything. Everything is being handed to her.
You know, I said that. I said from the first time that they announced her that the only person that they will put forth is someone who their political capital is so low and they don't mind wasting it. And I see that with her on the trail. She has no swag whatsoever. It's so, so celebrity focused, especially when it comes to black people.
They have to. She ain't got nothing going for
her. Her candidacy is the most disrespectful candidacy to black people specifically.
Dude, this is the same as Obama. This ain't no different than Obama. Because Obama ran around with all the fucking celebrities. Obama ran around not giving a full agenda, was very, very surface level and didn't tell you exactly what he planned on do. All he did is he got by with his fucking charisma, saying a couple of buzzwords. He said hope and change, and she's saying joy. It's the same bullshit.
But at the same time,
he just had charisma. He was the first. And he was the first.
Okay. You can run the okie doke on us one time.
Mm-hmm.
Between what you just said, the charisma and the first, he got us. Okay.
Yep.
You got us. You're 1,000% correct. There's no light between us on that. So
the reason why I don't think that Kamala is set up intentionally to lose, because who the fuck else they got? Who do they got? Okay, let's say they're really trying to win. Who do they have that they could put up?
This is what I'm saying.
I don't think that they're trying to intentionally lose, because let's say okay, Trump does win. In 4 years, who do they have that they're going to put up that's going to be so much better?
Okay, 4. Okay, Marcus, 5 months ago, 5 months ago, they were telling us Biden is fit. 4 months ago, they told us that Biden is not fit. So I'm just saying, they could have used.
They didn't have nobody. The stable is empty. The stable is empty. I honestly think that
president, right? Biden is popular, right?
The stable is empty, and honestly, the moment that they made Kamala, who had no support, who had no real campaign, the VP, they fucked themselves from that day. Because the moment Biden was going to be able to run, you basically are in a situation where you have no choice but to put Kamala up. If you pull Kamala out, you have fucked yourself. They couldn't pull Kamala out. They had no choice but to either you try to pretend that Biden is not melting down in front of everybody and try to gaslight the rest of the country for another 5 months and pretend that he doesn't walk off the stage trying to shake a ghost hand, or you put Kamala up. They don't have they couldn't put in Gavin Newsom. They couldn't just try to grab some random person. I think that they really would prefer like a Mayor Pete, but I don't think that I think that they made the calculation America's not ready for a gay president. So they can't go that route. What are they going to do? Go grab Amy Klobuchar? What are they going to Hickenlooper or somebody like that? I mean, who do they have? There's literally nobody they can throw up there.
Hold on. You just said they're not ready for a gay president, right?
I don't believe that they are openly gay.
Okay.
I don't believe that they're ready for that.
So you think the political calculus was that, we'll use a black woman. And that's going to work.
No.
A majority, hold on. This is still a majority Caucasian country throughout all of the states that truly matter. You're telling me that the best option was to run a black woman.
What I'm saying is they had no choice once they already made her VP. It's not like they just randomly like, let's go find a black woman. They didn't have a choice once they already made her VP. You can't pull her out of it.
Yes, you could have.
How? If they would have pulled Kamala out, you really think they wouldn't have lost a shitload of voters? You think the Roland Martins was going at you think the Roland Martins were going at black people for not supporting Kamala, or black men for not supporting Kamala? You don't think all those people would have instantly turned on whoever that candidate is?
No.
Nah, I disagree. They would have been hot as fish grease if you'd have moved Kamala out. And I think you would have instantly.
No one voted for her in 2020. So
you could, but it doesn't matter. Once you made her the VP, you couldn't overstep her. You could not just push her to the side. You could not have done that. The Democrats didn't have the political capital to do that.
Well, this is why you see her trying. This is why you see the campaign being desperate and putting her on a Call Me Daddy podcast to talk stupid shit. I'm surprised they didn't ask her if she spit or swallowed. To be quiet.
The reason why, and this is the same, literally, they're running the same type of operation they ran with Obama. They're trying to run around. Well, an updated version of Obama.
She is a downgraded. She's a downgraded.
No, I'm talking about the campaign, not the candidate. The campaign,
campaign
because
is
if
downgraded.
and what I'm saying is, if Obama would be running in 2024, he would be on all these podcasts and stuff too. I think he,
The
in fact, I think he'd be on all the same ones. In fact, guess where Kamala's about to be next? On Club Shay Shay.
They are reaching.
But I'm saying that they're doing all the same stuff they did with Obama, and they're doing all the same stuff they would have done if Obama was a candidate now.
Rogan would have talked to Trump last month, 6 months ago, 6 years ago, 30 months ago, whatever it was.
Well, he could have if he wanted to. He said he wasn't going to do it. He said he wasn't going to talk to him.
Rogan would have talked to Trump in 2009 or 2003 or 2005, right? He would have talked to him.
No, the reason why I say he wouldn't have, because he could have, and he turned it down multiple times. He turned down Trump multiple times, or his campaign.
I'm not talking about campaign. I'm saying as somebody who you're calling these, you're at these MMA fights, you see him there. It's not since he became a politician that he's been at these fights or wrestling or any of that. You know what I mean?
No, what I'm saying is he literally said on Lex Friedman that he does not want to interview Trump, and Trump has reached out to him, and he said no. This was a couple years back. At 2020, he told Trump no. So that's the reason why I won't go. Well, 6 years ago, he could. Well, 4 years ago, he told him no.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about. That's why I said like 20. That's why I said like 2008, 2007, before he picked up the birther shit.
No, I mean, you said the birther shit. This is after the birther shit.
Before Trump picked up the birther shit, nobody had an issue with him.
True, I agree. I mean, I didn't have a problem with him. I didn't have a problem with him until he ran.
The problem was the birtherism, and that's when it went. And he realized that audience was stupid, more dumb than the left at that time. And he took advantage of that. But now I don't know who is more dumb. Those who hate him, those who love him, those who love Kamala, and, or the Democratic Party. I don't know who is more like dumb.
No, I think I honestly, I still stand by the point that I don't believe that once they made her VP, which they shouldn't have done, they pretty much tied themselves to her, because you knew at some point Biden was not going to be able to continue. And if you couldn't calculate that more than likely Biden is going to have to step down at some point, and it's going to automatically be shifted to Kamala, how could you not make that calculation down the road? Eventually Kamala is going to be your candidate. They made that calculation without even thinking that there was a possibility. I mean, for all I know, they might have thought he could have made it 8 years, and then Trump would be too old to run. That's the reason why I don't think that they put her up to intentionally lose. I think that they screwed the pooch. They made bad calculations, and now they're stuck with her. But, okay, so if they weren't stuck with her, then who could they have put in her place to have a chance of winning?
You could have just had the primary and let people run and make their case.
When have they ever ran a primary of a sitting president and let that shit go?
You have a brain dead president that it's aware to everybody, young and old.
And they never do that.
This was they do not do that in this particular case. This is a very this was actually outside. This is even worse than Reagan in the 80s.
That's what I'm saying. Reagan was incapable of running, and the Republicans were not going to run a primary and push Reagan out.
Well,
This political theory, they just don't do that. But they do not push out a sitting president.
He looked Reagan in 84 looked better than Biden in 24.
Agreed, but they were not. There's no reality that they were going to push Biden out.
But
there was,
did.
well, there was no reality that they were going to push him out through a primary.
But he had already won in 84. You're not pushing him out. That's the second term.
No, what I'm talking about is there is no time where either one of the political parties, easily the last 60, 70 years, has ran a primary against a sitting president. That's just not something they do. No, the Republicans did not do that.
What happened with George Bush?
They didn't run a primary against Bush.
Okay.
Not a serious primary. Everybody knew Bush was going to be the candidate. They just don't do it. The Democrats shut theirs down a lot worse, but they didn't run a serious primary against any of these candidates. I mean, they just don't do it because the DC mindset is once you're in power, getting reelected is super easy. Think about it. There's only been 2 presidents over like 80 years who didn't win reelection. And that is that's Carter and George Herbert Walker Bush. Only those 2 did not win re-election.
And there's only one reason why HW didn't win.
Well, HW didn't win because he was just kind of a shitty candidate in the first place.
No, Ross Perot ran.
Well, true. That did bear part of it, but I think the Iran Contra shit hurt him also. I mean, not Iran. Well, yeah, Iran Contra, the Ollie North, all that shit was coming out. I think all that hurt him.
Bill Clinton won that election with 39% of the vote.
Mm-hmm.
So that means the other 61% was split between 2 quote right candidates. If one,
no. So you think that none of those Perot votes would have went to Clinton?
So we're saying what 50% of that was going to go to Clinton?
Yeah, very easily. I think it literally would have split in half.
I don't think so.
I don't buy that all the Perot votes were going to just go to the right, because if you think about it, we weren't nearly this country wasn't nearly as partisan right wing left wing back then. Not to the point it is now. It is far more. No, it wasn't. I'm telling you from somebody who lived in those states that used to flip back and forth all the time. In the Midwest, they would vote for a Republican, then a Democrat, then a Republican, then a Democrat all the time in various Midwest states. So them going from Reagan to Perot to a Clinton is not out of the ordinary. That's not. Now, some of those states like New York are only going to be blue, and some of those states like, I don't know, West Virginia are only going to be red, but that's not a lot of those. A lot of those places would go either way.
Me personally, I don't think so.
Knowing how the people are there, I very easily can see them going either way.
Yeah, like I said, if they wanted to mount a serious, if they wanted to mount a serious opposition to Trump, they would have ran some white guy who on some level was able to challenge him. They put a black woman in there
And they would have lost the black vote.
They put a black woman in there who now can say, "Oh, he's being mean. He's sexist. He's racist.
And
he's LGBTQ."
And that's what would have happened.
If that was a black man, they would anything they would have said, "Oh, it's racist." But now there's the candidate has a vagina. Now we can throw in the sexist part.
And that's why I'm saying they could not have just pushed Kamala to the side.
Yes, they could have.
I want to hear in the chat. If y'all believe that they could have just pushed Kamala to the side and still had a candidate that had a strong chance of winning, put 1. If you believe they could not have pushed Kamala to the side, give me a 2 in the chat. Because I do not believe they could have pushed Kamala to the side. I want to know if anybody else agrees.
They could have. If you're telling
what the chat believes, if they believe that, I want to hear somebody say that they agree, because I do not see no way they could have ever just pushed Kamala to the side.
They told people that this guy running is the German guy reincarnated. We have heard people from 2015 say that they would vote for a fire hydrant over this person.
Yeah, you heard white, blue, no matter who say that, not black and brown people. You would have lost a sizable. You would have lost
now the conversation openly.
You would have lost,
but now the conversation around
you would have lost.
Way different now.
You would have lost a sizable amount of that population, and you would have lost. Period.
The conversation outside with niggas is way different. Nobody feel the same way in 24 that they did in 15 outside of the liberal circles. Every other circle not talking the same way.
I get what you're seeing on the ground, but I'm telling you the calculation. I'm telling you that would not have. You would have lost a lot of them Roland Martin types would not have voted. I'm telling you they wouldn't have. Because they make enough money that it wouldn't have hurt them if Trump won. It wouldn't have hurt them. But they would have been like, see, you mess with a black woman again and see what happens. I'm telling you, there's no way you could have got away with that shit.
This is just a way for them to say whenever she loses, oh, it's racism, sexism. It's this new wave.
That's going to be said regardless, but I mean, I still don't believe that they could have done it. I don't believe that they could have won pushing her to the side.
They'll take everything they said about Hillary Clinton and they'll just add racism to it in addition to. So it'll be sexism, then it'll be because she's a quote black woman.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You had no other candidate you could have swapped in to replace her. In fact, there were reports that Obama said that they should have just did a quick primary and put somebody and see if somebody. Now he's not. They said that he didn't say that he was going against Kamala. He felt that there should have been a quick open primary to see who they could have put up. The only people that they could have thrown in there is people with self-funded people, like maybe a Bloomberg could have came up again. What's the other one? The Starbucks guy. You could have had was it Schwab or not Schwab?
Isn't it ironic?
You could have had a couple of billionaires who could have popped up, but that's it.
Isn't it ironic the Democrats who care about the voting process did some foul shit the last 3 cycles for them, from 16 to 20 to 24, as it relates to how they selected their candidate, right, versus the Republicans who wanted to keep Donald out of there and they couldn't, and he continued to win. And
but
the other side,
it got in that lawsuit that Nico filed, it got discovered that the Democratic Party, the way they run their primaries, the way they run their primaries, that they don't have to just take whoever you vote for. That they are a political party,
It's a
and
private.
they
It's a private.
it's a private,
organization.
yeah. They
Yeah.
disclose that information on. They don't have to fucking do no primaries. They don't have to accept it. They could just pick a candidate.
So this is what I'm saying. If you just said that, that's what I mean. They chose the person that whose political capital is the lowest, but it had enough political capital to go out and make it look like they're putting forth a good fight when they already know the opposition is way more popular. So they put this dun-dun-dun on the stage and they're playing with your emotions about we never had a woman president, much as a black woman. Oh my God, this would be great for everybody. They're playing with your emotions, not with your.
But who could they? But okay, but you got to give me who could they put that can win?
Spectrum is against him. That doesn't mean that he's
good. Here, I'll ask this last time, and hopefully you can give me somebody
popular, just not good. That's what I mean.
If they swap Kamala out, who could they have got? Who could they have got? Who? Because for one, you got to have name ID, so it would have to be somebody that most people know about. Who could they have got that was going to win? Who do you believe that had a legitimate chance at beating Trump?
Oh, I know somebody who. It's the guy from I think he's from Oklahoma. I think his first name is Fire, last name is Hydrant. I think he had a chance.
No. Exactly.
Yeah, I think Fire Hydrant had a chance.
Absolutely nobody. There is nobody. Just because you've heard a bunch of blue no matter who's and shit libs out of the circles that you've been dealing with, because they say that is not how most of those voters are. And they would have stayed the fuck home. A lot of them have stayed home.
But Marcus, you're seemingly leaving out where the mantra is just vote blue no matter who, and also Trump is Adolf reborn.
So if that's the case, then Hillary should have won. If that's the case, Hillary should have won. If that's the case, Hillary should have won. Then they shouldn't have been looking back and saying, "Well, Hillary lost because of 30,000 black people, black men to be in particular in 3 states." You don't think the Democrats would have lost more than 30,000 black people in those couple of states if they would have did that?
Okay, so if there's not a heavy number of mail-in ballots this year, if we see in-person voting numbers, we'll see.
Well, here's the thing.
I know I'm going to be.
I know you're on the mail-in vote tip, but the mail-in vote is a part of it's a part of things now. There's no way of taking it out. It is what it is. So there's no way to calculate around it.
It's been that way. What I'm saying is the current focus on it currently. It doesn't make sense in 2024. There's not a pandemic. I have never heard them say, "Hey, go out and vote." Hey, but mail your voting. I've always seen them say, "Hey, early voting, go vote. Find the nearest polling place." Blah 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 blah. They never said nothing about mailing nothing. Now you got both of the Obamas about mailing shit. Dog, that's weird.
Okay, I get that's how you feel.
That's weird.
But my point is that it's going to be a part of it regardless. That still kind of don't answer what I was saying about the chunks of people that you're going to lose there. You telling me that the
books, it doesn't matter.
And so, if Trump ends up losing, even with all this mail-in balloting, are you still going to believe that that they're cheating? That's what's going on?
I would need to see the numbers in certain states. I cannot say that I would not believe it or always just automatically think that he could not lose. But I would honestly need to see. It's just like a fight, right? I would need to see the rounds. I would need to actually see what it looked like in Georgia, what it looked like Carolina, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin. I would need to see the numbers in those states. That's all I'm saying.
But
If the
even
numbers if the numbers looked a certain way that was legitimate, then yeah, sure. I wouldn't have a problem with saying that he lost.
so, if Kamala did win, is there any situation where you would think that she actually just won and didn't cheat?
It depends on what the numbers look like and how many mail-in ballots you tell me exist. There's no reason when every other time in 2016 Hillary wasn't running ads. Hey guys, go vote for me by mail. Hey, in 2012 when Obama ran, he didn't say, "Hey guys, vote for me by mail." Hey, in '07 when he ran, he didn't say vote for me by mail. '04, Kerry didn't say vote for me by mail. Neither did Bush. Neither did McCain. Neither did
I
Romney.
don't get the point that you're
Nobody
making here,
ever,
though.
they never advocated that in times.
Regardless of that they advocate that or not, I don't get how that is relevant to right now. I don't get the correlation to because
You
they've
don't see
never
how
did it
they're
before.
priming. You don't see how they're priming you or the public. You don't see how they're priming you to say, "Well, hey, this election a lot closer than we thought. All this deluge of ballots." Hey, whatever. They just want to.
What I'm hearing is them telling you to vote in every type of possible way. I'm hearing them say show up on time. I'm hearing them say early vote. I'm hearing them say mail in ballot. I'm hearing all of it, and from both sides. I'm not hearing this.
Michelle and
You're
Barack went on
okay.
Instagram.
So they keyed in
Michelle
and
and
said
Barack
this
went on
one thing.
Instagram to post how they voted by mail.
So you key into
You're Barack
these
and
two
Michelle.
people.
Where do you live that you need to vote by mail?
I don't get where the super concern from the by mail is though.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not listening to whatever you listen to apparently to get
It's not
this
anything
this
that I'm listening. I haven't listened to anything. I'm just using my common sense by saying, like, okay, if we see lines and lines and lines around the building, doesn't necessarily mean who that you could tell who is voting for who. But at the very least, there's some sort of physical representation of this certain amount of voters. When we don't see that, and you tell me there's this, oh, we have 9 million mail-in votes, 10 million mail-in votes.
Yeah, but
That
you
sounds
don't
funny to me.
but here's the thing. If they just saw cuz they're going to have this information. You do realize in Nevada there has been a high number of mail-in votes that they already tell that they're counting from Republicans. You don't think that the other side would say, well, maybe we need to up our push for mail-in votes also? You don't think that that makes any sense?
No,
No.
no.
Why is mail-in votes so high for Republicans in Nevada?
Maybe they just decided to mail in their votes in Nevada. I don't know.
So you don't think that maybe they're saying we need to make a push towards it because this is what they're doing?
This method has existed. This is not something new as far as mailing in your votes. We are in the 21st century, though, in 2024. The fact that a president is telling us in 2024 him and his wife are running commercials telling you to vote by mail looks funny. It looks funny in the light.
And like we will say, like I've said before, again, did every state have mail-in voting? Did every state always have mail-in voting? Did every state always have mail-in voting?
You don't in the least bit, you don't even say, well, damn, hold on, yeah, that is kind of funny.
No, because a lot of states didn't have mail-in voting. Every state didn't have mail-in voting for like 20 years, like you're talking about. Did you guys have mail-in voting in New York?
It's always been there.
Yes, but a lot of states it hasn't been. That's what I'm saying. A lot of states it has not been.
When did this start? What state wasn't it? Where? When?
A lot of states didn't.
That sounds like conjecture. That doesn't sound like fact. You can do a search if you can, or anybody in the chat can go ahead and do this and show us where all of a sudden mail-in voting just started. Absentee ballots have always been a thing. They are not talking about absentee ballots, which is very different from mail-in voting. Okay, they are playing with your intelligence. And I'm saying to the fact that you can't even at least see where, I kind of see where they might be going with it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Says Americans have seen a dramatic.
If they would not,
you told me to look it up. I'm looking up. Americans have seen
at it from a partisan standpoint.
Americans have seen a dramatic expansion in their ability to vote early in person by mail since the turn of the century. The Center for Election Innovation and Research noted that in 2000, just 40% of voters had access to early voting.
That's not.
This is not something that
early voting.
It's listen again.
Those are two different things. Two different things.
Listen. Noted in 2000, just 40% of voters had access to early voting, either in person or by mail.
Okay.
Only 40% had that ability in 2000. It's expanded over time. What I'm telling you is every state did not always have mail-in voting. Many states didn't have mail-in voting. This is something new for some states. Some states literally just got it. Some states 4 years ago, it was the first time ever.
Hold on. So you telling me you put Obama and Michelle on TV to talk to would-be 20-some-odd-year-olds about voting by mail? A group of people that don't even handwrite letters.
There's still 3 states.
You're running commercials to their parents to vote by mail. These kids don't do anything. This generation, if you're 32, 28, 24, you don't mail anything. Everything you do is digital. So you put them on TV to tell you to do some 19th, 20th century form of voting. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's such a great campaign strategy.
But they send out the
smart.
Okay.
When was the last time you put something in the mail besides something for me, besides Amazon or something like that? When has anybody in the chat, when is the last time any of you mailed anything?
Do you know that there's 12 states that you can't do mail-in voting?
What states are those?
Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Indiana, Virginia, Tennessee, West Virginia, South Carolina. What is that? Not Vermont. What is that little state? New Hampshire. There are states that you cannot mail in vote still.
And you don't have any voting. You don't have any major voting discrepancies or problems in those states.
Yes, you do.
Where?
You have discrepancies in all those states.
Where?
You have discrepancies all the times in all. There's always discrepancies in the states.
I'm saying
always.
in the presidential election, when was the last time Missouri came up in?
Well, I don't keep a track off the top of my head every state that has discrepancies and when and where, but that is not uncommon for states to have discrepancies. All of them have discrepancies at time to time.
When was the last time you heard Indiana having a problem in the presidential election? They weren't sure. Was that 2004 Indiana?
Maybe.
Or was
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just bringing up a point. I'm just bringing up a point that mail-in voting is not something that all these states have had forever. I know of there's like 4 states that have had mail-in voting for more than 20 years. There's like 4 states that have had mail-in voting for that long. And when they talk about this, the mail-in voting, this is saying early voting was 40%. Only a couple of those states, it was mail-in voting or early voting, like literally in person. The actual mail-in voting to all of these states is new for a lot of these states.
Okay, so think about it from this angle then, for the audience.
I get it. You're deeply skeptical and suspicious of the Obamas.
I know you don't agree with me on this, so I'll talk to the audience and just see what they think, right? So again, the last couple years, everybody's on social media. What's the social media flex around election time? Putting that fucking stupid "I voted" sticker on your socials. You can't go do that when you mail in an envelope. You don't get that sticker when you go drop your shit in the mailbox. You don't get that shit. So you telling me now we're gonna take that social media experience away that they have fought so hard to cultivate, to marinate, and we're gonna forego all of that digital shit to have this group of people put their shit in the mail.
They do. Okay. They send it in the mail when you vote early.
Okay.
They do send that sticker in the mail when you vote early.
I don't know a single person who's going to vote by mail.
Okay. Do we know everybody who's going to vote?
Yeah.
So you know easily 30, 40 million people will probably vote? Or 100 people, 100 million, however many people vote? We can't go anecdotally off of what we think. Or go based off of your circles.
300 million people are felons, people are old, incapacitated children, etc. So it'll be like roughly a little bit over 100 million,
right? Like 100 million, 120 million or so.
Okay, potential voters of that, let's just say 105 million vote. Yeah. So, yeah.
I mean, I don't look at it as like it says here are states that have early in-person voting but require an eligible reason to vote by mail. Connecticut, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and West Virginia. You have to have a reason.
You don't find it.
And then there's 3 states that don't allow it at all. Still.
Marcus, you don't find it funny that 2 weeks out of an election, you have certain counties and jurisdictions saying that, hey, we're not going to be able to count the vote for 10 or 11 days? You don't find that weird?
When somebody says
in 2 weeks out there saying we're not going to be able to give you the numbers on election night. It's going to take us maybe close 2 business weeks, 10 days to count the votes fully. This is America. You telling me it's
are
going
you
to
gonna
take
let
you
me answer the question? If you're gonna ask me a question, you gotta let me answer it. If somebody decides that they want to change the vote to by hand counting, which takes a whole lot fucking longer, yes, I do expect it to take much longer. When they did the hand count in Florida, did that not take a long ass time and then they eventually stopped the counting?
It was bullshit. Paper
this show's
Chad.
been kind of going quite okay.
They were trying to tell you that, oh, is this a hanging chat? Come on. That's nonsense.
Okay,
No,
and if you do it by hand, it's gonna take a long ass fucking time.
No, it doesn't. Third world countries with, albeit the voting population is a little bit smaller, and I get it. They're able to do it
smaller.
In a day or so, but this is America. You telling me America number one in everything? You tell me, oh, we have to take twice. Come on, man.
We already know
Marcus, man, I don't know what's up, bro. I don't know what the angles you've been taking lately, man. Because you seem to be like we supposed to be like questioning everything and looking at things.
I do question everything,
and
but
it's like
I don't.
Now you're really on this. You're really on like, okay, I'm anti-right wing. I hate right wing. They really irk my soul. And I'm just going to go against anything that the right wing is saying because they are purveyors of disinfo, misinfo, racism, hatred, all of these things like that. And whereas I don't disagree with you on any of those points, the thing is there are certain just bits and kernels of information that we can disregard them and who's saying it, and we need to take the information and analyze that. Fuck who's saying it. Fuck them. It's just, you know what I'm saying? What's the other white boy name who don't like the who Kanye was with? I can't remember the dude. Nick Fuentes, for instance. You hear what he say about us? Right? Left hooks, right hooks, body slams, fam. There are certain other things, just the information that is like, okay, this is correct information. I don't need you. This is information. So this is what I'm saying. We don't need to focus.
How do I take this
or anything? You know what I'm saying?
How do I just so-called take this information when I do listen to it and then I find holes and I find fabrications and I find lies in it? I listen to the information and I weigh out the information from both of these sides and I call bullshit on both of these sides. But I also don't just believe every single conspiracy because it's a conspiracy. And listen. Another thing that I would say is because you've already basically said it earlier. I've told you I have a dislike and I hold the same smoke for both of these parties. Where there is a difference is you don't feel a smoke towards them, and so therefore you are taking more of the information and just accepting it. And I don't feel like you're vetting it. I feel like you're going with anything against these people because you don't like these people. And so therefore it aligns you more to have a distrust and a hatred and all that stuff. I don't like them both equally. So therefore I vet this information and look at it both. And I don't lean towards one of these sides or the other. I don't lean towards either one of these sides. And you've already alluded that you do lean to one of these sides.
I would never fix my feet to take me to a booth to make my hand write anything for a Democratic person.
Yeah, but you're willing to trust. You're willing to trust one side more than the other. No, Ruby,
No, I don't trust
I
any of
don't
them.
trust this system, Ruby. I don't trust this voting system. But where I differ is I believe both sides are cheating in different ways. I don't believe that it's just one side screwed over the other side and they weren't doing anything wrong. I don't believe that. I don't believe, oh well, Trump just got fucked over. No, I don't believe that. I
You
believe
know
that they
what? You know
both
what?
I believe that they were both cheating their asses off. And so I don't weigh in on feeling like they
You know
stole
what,
something
Marcus? The difference
from
is
Trump.
the difference is we have reporters like Greg Palast who exist can go and show you what the Republicans did when they removed people from the voter rolls and then didn't count their votes that way, right? We have reporters who is on that. We have Glenn Greenwalds of the world. You got the Scahills, the people who really drill down on that and do a good job in providing you factual information, even though they are opinionated in their own way, but at the very least, the information they provide is factual. There's no way to tell how many, when you tell me, oh, we got a record number of mail-in ballots, there's no way to verify it.
And I get that there's no way to verify. There's a lot of the stuff that we can't verify. So in absence of me not being able to verify, I'm not just going to make an assumption that this is what it is. I don't and I'll tell this to the audience. When I come down on the conclusion on something, it's because I believe I have this that leads me that way. An absence of evidence, I don't just come up with a theory and just, beat my chest on this theory that I have no way of being able to prove my theory.
We just saw it executed in 2020.
I don't believe, and that's what I'm saying. You saw a couple of things that you feel gave you enough cause to
It's not
buy.
a couple of things. Just look at the numbers.
What
Just look
numbers?
at the numbers. Just look at the numbers in certain counties where it's like, well, damn, this is supposed to be a Republican county, or there's more rednecks here, and you see the numbers. It's just it's weird. It's weird. And Joe Biden was not some phenomenon like Barack Obama. He wasn't some run of the mill. He wasn't some, oh shit, this energy is new, it's different. Like 07, 08 energy can't be replicated. That's what I mean. It's not just mindless, like, oh, I hate these people, so I think that, but I'm just honestly again, with the 2000 election, that was mainly the GOP, not counting votes. So you had Catherine Harris, GOP legislature, GOP officials, all that. That was funny money from my first time voting. That was GOP. So they've been already like, Palast did the investigation.
And I guess they've stopped doing that, huh?
Of never would they. Why would they ever?
So why get so in a tiff about one side you believe is cheating when you know the other side is cheating too?
I've already covered the other side.
And that's the reason why I don't. For me, it's a wash. Even if I believe that was the case, it's a wash because they're both fucking doing it.
But here's the thing: your mom, your grandmother, my parents, nobody, and all these older black folks and all these silly ass people in our circles don't believe that they're the people that they rock with are capable of doing things like that. So now that's why at this juncture is why I'm highlighting what they are doing. Because they already know what the other side has done and what they are doing and what they will continue to do. They are still in disbelief that the people they like and support are also doing this. This is why I am how I am now.
Okay, if that's what you need to do,
I can already tell them. If I told all my people the Republicans are removing people from vote, they're cheating, it would not be an argument. They would fully believe it. It wouldn't even be any pushback. They'd be, oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think so too. I could come up with the wildest conspiracy and they'd be like, yeah. As long as it's about them. That's the point I'm trying
But I
to
can
make.
see obviously that gets under your skin or something that you're not able to convince people in your circle. For me, it doesn't get under my skin. I'm not because I
No,
don't.
it's not about being able. No,
It,
I don't try to convince people anymore. What I'm saying is, if that was the case, if not that I do, if because people talk and they say things that you can see where they're going or how they think.
I mean, the reason why I say it gets under your skin because when I don't accept the viewpoint that you have, you're putting it on that I got like some Trump derangement or I'm stuck in my leftist bubble or all this other shit. And it ain't
Because
that.
what
I just don't agree with some of the assessments you came to. And I look at some of this evidence that people put out and I see holes and shit. And I see
okay,
things that
so
are not being factored in because I can see the twisting of facts. I can see all of that that's in some of these assessments. I watch plenty of people from the right make these different conclusions and a lot of times not factoring in or adding up a lot of shit. And it's because
Marcus,
they are
let's
trying to weave
we
a
have to put.
narrative.
But Marcus, none of these things exist only in the singular. They're not only all of these events. They sat there, in addition to telling us about the vote, they sat there and told us there was an insurrection on January 6th. You and I have covered that. We saw how the authorities were removing barricades, opening doors, leading them on guided tours. We saw that. That is not anything up for debate. That is just a fact and what happened. So again, we're pretending as if they won't go to
I
other
believe
lengths.
it's I believe it's nuanced, but we can leave it at that. I don't want to keep going around and around and around because yes, there was some people who did just open up the barricades and walk through perfectly fine, but there was a reason why Ashley Babbitt got shot also. So, I mean, I don't
She
think it's
jumped
just
through the
that
thing, the
person.
cop shot her. Okay, fine.
But what I'm saying is you saying that there was no kind of roughness or none of that shit going on that other side? Now I'm talking about the part where it was contentious and all that. Yes, they did open up the barricades and all that, but we can't pretend like there was not any kind of hostility
That's
going
not
on
the
in any of
feds.
that shit.
That's not the feds.
Every single person who did anything wrong was a Fed.
What did they do wrong, Marcus? What did they do wrong?
I
Honestly,
don't know. I don't know. Everything was a guided tour. Everybody was a Fed over there. That's just what it is.
Marcus, the Vice News, BBC, the federal government, all had other news organizations, all had people embedded within the group. This is what they have admitted to. They have come on record saying this and stating this. This has come out during court cases. This is put out in the internet, but primarily the part that matters more is it's come out in the court cases that there have been people embedded in there
I didn't say there wasn't. I didn't say
beforehand.
that there
So what
wasn't.
I'm
I did
saying
not
is,
say that there
if
wasn't.
the federal government had import reporters who are tied to the CIA, I mean, it's just like,
Listen,
no,
listen,
we
listen.
don't
Hold on.
see.
Listen,
Do we
I've
not see how
already
these
said
things?
that. I sat there with I can't remember his name right now, but we talked about how I believe that they knew all these people were coming. They had the ability to have more protection there if they felt they had the need. If they felt this was so out of control, to call in the
They
National Guard,
declined
they could have did
protection.
a bunch of stuff. And the person
They
who's in charge
declined
of
it.
the Capitol, the person who's in charge of the Capitol Police is Nancy Pelosi. I said that I believe that they let all these people show up and so that they can say that they feel threatened so that they could get a bill passed which Pelosi had already put forward. Now, does that not mean that there wasn't a handful of people who were a little reckless and out of control and breaking shit and doing all that? I'm not going to say that there wasn't none of that going on. Were there feds embedded? Yeah. But that does not mean that because feds are embedded and they encourage you to break the law, that you go and do it. Now, could you say that 95% or 98% of them just guided tour and walked through? Yes, you can say that. But I'm not going to say that there was nobody who did nothing wrong.
Marcus.
But that's just, but I'm not. I don't think January 6th is a big deal, and I don't want to keep going around and around and around. We can agree to disagree. You don't have to try to.
But Marcus, we covered this. They didn't.
And I said that too. I said what I said then too.
They didn't burn anything. They didn't smear shit on the walls. They didn't piss in the drawers. They didn't even mess up paperwork. They didn't tip over cabinets. They didn't do anything truly disruptive or destructive that day for what we have been told was an insurrection and has been beaten our heads.
January 6th. Why do we have to do this?
This is one of the things that the Democratic Party is mentioning.
I get it. You got a deep hatred of the Democrats. Cool.
It's not a deep hatred. It's an analysis. It's not hatred. It's only an analysis. It is what they are putting forth as reasons why you should be fearful and or scared of other people. And what I'm saying is this is bullshit.
Okay,
we should not fall for these narratives that we should push back. We saw the same group of people tell us about COVID. The same thing with COVID, the vaccine, the lockdowns, to stay away from people 6 feet, this and that. Fauci's the greatest, so is Gates. All of it. All of it. I mean, it all ties together. It's one long thread of bullshit. We keep pulling it. We're going to pull out the colon of the fucking bull. Is there anything there that where you disagree? What is there about anything about COVID that you think that they told us the official narrative anyway that you agree with? Is there any part of it that you think, well, yeah, that's legit?
I just don't believe in this whole everything's all one-sided. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I think both parties are equally involved in all this shit. And I just don't follow to the narrative that it's only this one side who's pushing all this shit. Because there were plenty of people who were pushing this same bullshit. That's all I'm saying. I don't even care that much about a lot of these issues. I'm glad that I'm not fucking dealing with COVID anymore. That's all I care about. That's mainly my thing as far as COVID. I'm just glad I'm not fucking having to deal with none of this shit anymore.
Facts. I mean,
I stayed away from taking the vaccination, and I don't regret it. I don't plan on taking anything else if it fucking looks fishy to me. But at the same time, I just look at it. I have equal dislike for both, and I just feel like more of your smoke is on one side than the other. That's all I'm saying. I equally got smoke for both.
Marcus, we grew up in the era of George Bush, Giuliani, Rush Limbaugh, all these, Bill O'Reilly. There has been many times where we have had smoke, where we do have smoke, and we have already categorized and put these.
And I don't believe in letting up. I just don't believe in letting up at all.
There's nothing about letting up. It's about adding somebody else to that same group.
And we do that. We call out Democrats and we call out Republicans. Just let me know when I started caping for the Democrats. Let me know when I stopped.
You're not caping for the Democrats, but I fear that you're just a little bit fearful of falling into quote right-wing discussion.
I just don't fuck with the right wing either.
Concerned about right, left. I'm just looking at the information. I don't care where it comes from.
I do look at the information.
I go to work every day. I jump in my car. I go to work. It doesn't matter how I feel about these things. I still got to do whatever it is I got to do. But all I'm saying is when I can see the brainwash and
I
I
do
talk to
listen to
people,
the information. I listen to the information on both sides. And you know what I see mostly when I get on fucking Twitter? A bunch of lying bullshit. Tons and tons of lying bullshit.
from where?
Mountains of lying bullshit.
From where?
It's predominantly the right because that's all that fucking platform is. That's all I see is right wing shit. That's all I see. So all I hear is fucking bullshit and lies all fucking day long. I see people spreading the same memes that are unvetted over and over and over. You telling me you don't see that?
All the time.
And that's what I'm saying. What I see is
All
now
the
the media
time.
platform is just became more and more and more to the right. And I
Well,
sit
it did
there and
not.
I look at it,
did-
I look at it, I listen to it, I try to see if it's some legitimacy to it. And then if it's not, I push back on it.
It did not become more right wing. All the pussy other people left it when he bought it.
No, it did become more right wing because the first thing he did was he brought back a whole bunch of fucking right wing people. That's the first thing he did.
But
That's the
remember,
first
all
thing he
these
did. And
people-
then don't forget this also. The reach that he's put on some of these people that he's brought back, he has gave them the ability for their platforms to shoot through the fucking roof. And anybody who is not basically on MAGA, he has downgraded their shit. A lot of people that we fuck with who were getting a lot of reach before that, their reach is all of a sudden dropped off of a fucking cliff. And this is because he is promoted.
People like us are always the problem. So
And
yeah,
and what I'm saying is
old Twitter X under Twitter under over Twitter. Well, hold on. During COVID, all these people was not under Elon Musk, right? That was Jack and them.
Yeah.
Look how many
and it was biased to the left.
Accounts were banned, kicked off during that time.
I agree. I'm not saying that it wasn't. I could. And here's the thing, I disagreed and was going back and forth with a lot of them shit libs and stuff like that. I got I don't know how many times myself banned and from Twitter for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, all that. I've been bumped off there numerous times. And so I'm not saying that that's not what was going on. But at the same time, when I did put out a tweet, the little bit of reach that I did have, it actually got out to the people who follow me and all that. This is something different. And this is, okay, that was leaning into the left, and it was very critical of anybody who was not Democratic Party. But now it has went skyrocketed all the way to, if you're not MAGA, you basically are irrelevant on there. Or you can be, that's what you can be, sports, you can be MAGA, or you can be fucking porn. That's it.
You mean for money making on the internet?
I'm talking about for being on Twitter. That's what Twitter is now.
Sports, porn.
There is no sports, and MAGA, and porn. That's it. There is no room for anybody who is against MAGA.
No music.
No music. Even really, even music people I see don't even get the push that they used to get.
Okay.
I would say that, and I think
like, what about like movies? What about
like the biggest sports people? Like you'll see football stars and some, but like a lot of people who were bigger, some of the baseball players and stuff that I used to see that had big accounts. Their reach has been, and I don't even think that their reach has been pulled back. I think for one, a lot of people who they would have reached out to are not. I'm not even gonna say they're not even on there anymore. I think a lot of people still have their Twitter. They just don't even get on it.
So let me ask you: do you think that Twitter, out of all the social media platforms, right, outside of maybe TikTok, do you still think Twitter is the most influential?
Oh, without a doubt, it's still the most influential, and that's the reason why. I mean, I've had this conversation with Liz. You can see just you can see the population as a whole more of a rightward move of everybody. Look at what Thomas just said. I recently got another Twitter after suspension a few years ago. So this is somebody who was saying they got suspended under Jack Dorsey Twitter. It's not the same as a few years ago. So much right-wing echo chambers and every nuance anti-establishment people I knew closed up. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying. They left. That's what I'm saying. A lot
no,
of
closed
people,
up isn't. A lot of them are still there. They're just not getting any reach anymore.
Nah, a lot of them left, dog. A lot
of them may have left, but I don't. It's boring for me now because what's the point of tweeting it out for two people to actually see it? A lot of times.
Yeah, Thomas,
I don't even get any interaction back. Even if I did have my 2 or 3 little people who respond, they don't even get on and respond because a lot of the people who even follow me don't even see the shit I put out.
You know, with Thomas to his point,
what I was just saying right here.
I'll be getting followers, and then I go look, and it's a chick, and it's like she don't follow nobody. She like it just is a sexually suggestive picture. She's never tweeted anything, so it's like, oh, okay, this is a bot. You know,
that's what most of my new followers are. Majority of them, that's what they are.
I try to block them, but then after some time, it's just like, you know what? I gotta wipe my ass and get off the toilet real quick, wash my hands. By the time I do that, I forget all about it, and I'm out the door, going to work or something. You know what I mean?
Well, when I get on there, I see literally the same things repeated over and over and over. And the only thing that I'll say is not necessarily to the right or MAGA is you got the Israel-Palestine situation going on and the people back and forth on that issue. You got Ukraine and Russia, people back and forth on that issue. And then the rest is MAGA, 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 MAGA.
Porn.
Well, that too. But
I don't get a lot of porn, but some days it'd be like, I don't follow none of these. I don't follow like a lot of women on Twitter who engage in that type of behavior or even that type of commentary. So the fact that it even gets in my feed sometimes, it's kind of weird.
Dude, Elon right now is in hot water about paying people to vote for Trump.
Is he paying or is he paying for the petition?
No, he's paying people. And this ain't from some right wing. Forbes was talking about this. And
well, if that's the case,
does Forbes normally cape for the Democrats? No, not necessarily.
But they're anti-Trump. Forbes.
Dude, he sent what was it? A check for $1 million to somebody through his PAC.
Okay, so let me. Look at it this way.
It's one thing supporting and another thing being a flat out fucking like.
Okay, so again, under Joe Biden, Kamala Harris is still the vice president, right? And will be until January of next year. They control the Department of Justice. They can send the law after him.
Oh, the law's not going to go after him.
Anything illegal. If he's doing anything illegal, then they can go after him.
They're not going to go after him.
If not, I don't want to hear the tears about.
I guarantee you, they're not going to be able to touch him.
These niggas, because it's not a more pathetic group than black entertainers on Twitter. From Roland Martin, DL Hughley, all these.
I get it. I don't pay any of those two people. To me, they don't exist. I don't even listen to those people in any respect.
Spike Lee, I'm mad at you. Like, it's every single black person who's an entertainer they put on. Their behavior is pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't pay attention to any of these people. Like I've said before, I don't believe any of these celebrities actually understand anything about politics or understand or connect anything to the real world because they don't live in the real world. So I don't have high expectations for them to be very cognizant of anything. I mean, I do not expect for LeBron James to get on and give me this um enlightening political take. I don't expect that from any of them. I expect for them to tout the shit that they've been grown up to know. Vote Democrat. So I don't even that doesn't even bother me because people are just stuck in their bubbles and they're just doing what they only know. I don't expect for people who have no skin in the game of life to really think about any of these things. Most of these people are multimillionaires and just going to these fucking cocktail parties and shit. They don't they not worried about living check to check or taxes or have it how much it costs to get their kid to daycare. They're not worried about none of this shit. Most of them ain't worried about a family member who might go to war. Most of them ain't worried about any of this shit. So I don't expect them to really be engaged to figure out what the fuck is going on.
They, however, given whoever raised them or whoever they're close to or anybody who will inform them, a friend, a significant other, what have you, uh, their worldview is formed. Again, the people, I grew up in very democratic place, democratic city, New York, voters, and all I'm saying is, after all this time, they're playing the people who support. They're playing them worse than the other side.
I got a lot of the people who I grew up with through high school who are hard right wingers.
Like in New York City, there wasn't right wingers like you would expect where you grew up at. New York, it's like, oh, this dude is black, this guy is Jewish, this one is Hispanic, and they all screwing you over. But you
Yeah,
like, oh, they us. But if
yeah.
you see the other side and it's all white folk and they Republican, they're like, I can't stand you niggers.
What I think
Like,
about when I think
oh,
Republicans,
they
my
evil.
experiences is let's shut down this program, let's shut down that program, let's shut down this, let's make sure your school don't get funding, let's make sure that don't happen, and let's just have a school which keeps getting more and more dilapidated and no funding going to it, no fucking programs. I mean, don't even fix our fucking parks or any of that shit. Just no money going to my part of town. Let us just have fucking potholes and all this shit, and let's let it fucking go down. And then
That's part
put a
of the
whole
curse.
bunch of fucking cops over there, and then blame everything on the fucking
That.
black people.
But
Huh?
that. I said, because we're not disciplined, that's part of the curses, and that. So it's always gonna be that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Until you get right with yourself, not with the
Mm-hmm.
system, not with the voting. It
That's
means,
that's why I say fuck them all.
yeah, correct. And
That's
that's
why
why,
I'm not
but
giving a defense for either side. I don't defend either one.
I like, for instance, if I talk to my pops, I don't have to tell him about the Republicans, right? If I mention the Republicans, oh yeah. But if I say to him, yo, the Democrats, his response would be like, yeah, man, but you see what the Republicans want to do? And I'll be like, yo, but we already covered that. I said, you're the one who taught me to look at it from a system standpoint and not a individual particular party standpoint, because it's all the same. So I said, now, yet when I'm talking to you about this years and years later, you're offended a little bit that I'm heavy on this side. Because my father asked me the same thing. Yo, why you don't say nothing about the Republicans? I said, what is there left to say that we didn't say from the Jon Stewart, Olbermann counting down, Bush, Reagan? When have we not ever discussed them? The Southern strategy, the media, Fox News's rise. We have always been hyper vigilant of that side. Hyper
Well,
vigilant.
this
And
is
it
why
was
my
never a
focus
problem.
is on
And it
getting
was
people to
never
not
a
focus on
problem.
either one.
But yet it was never a problem to pinpoint how they view us on whatever kind of lens, either politically, culturally, racially. It was never a problem to pinpoint, yo, O'Reilly said this, Hannity said that, Limbaugh said this, Coulter says this, so on and so forth. It was never a problem to make that very clear as to how what the things they say and the support they received for saying those things. Conversely, we never really took the accounting on that other side to the way we do it on the other. Now I'm saying we should be now instead of just paying you by salary. Now I want I need hourly. I need the line by line deduction of what you're doing. I don't think we nobody can hear
No,
you.
I know.
Oh,
I had muted. I was on the phone.
okay.
Yeah, I just yes. You say yes, they are, Marcus. You're wrong. Yeah, they are going to destroy him. Destroy who? I just try to tell people to get out of this whole fucking system. So if you get out of the system and you point back to the problems with it, that's the reason why I don't have this outside or perspective towards just one side. I'm pointing at both because I look at both of them a part of the system that we need to be getting out of.
Okay, so Marcus, perfect example, right? If we say to anybody in our own circles, right, yo, Republicans hate black men, what would the response you would receive?
That they agree.
Right? It would be like, duh, no shit.
Hmm.
If you say, yo, Democrats hate black men, there'd be some hesitation among some.
Mm, honestly, from a lot of the people I know, it wouldn't be a hesitation.
Okay.
They would agree. They would agree both, but what they would probably retort is that other side hates me more.
Okay.
They look at it like, okay, this side dealing with the Democrats, okay, they're trying to BS me, and they they're going to they're more than likely are not going to have my best interest in mind, or if they do something good for me, it's kind of by accident. But this other side is going to actively go after me, and so it's not an aspect of pointing out this side or lean or for them to lean towards Democrats because they really love the Democrats or think the Democrats are good. They know the Democrats are screwing them over. They know the Democrats aren't good. They just feel the other side is far more dangerous. Now, whether that is far more dangerous, as in Trump is far more dangerous, or the Republicans in the House or the Senate is more dangerous, it differs from person to person. Some of them I know who they just feel like, you know what, overall, I think that they're going to do things that are going to be worse. So I'll vote for this side because it's harm reduction. Then there are some who specifically just believe Trump is just like the Antichrist. And so, therefore, whatever I got to do to not deal with Trump, I'll do. Then you have some of those who just they believe incrementalism. They believe that, okay, maybe most of the Democrats are kind of full of it, but there are some who are trying. And so that's the perspective that from a lot of them that I talk to. Now, whether you agree with that or not is a different story. But there are a degree of them who will make an argument to believe that, well, this person did this. Like for instance, uh, we still call him Mayor Emmanuel Cleaver, even though he's not been a mayor for a long time. He's Congressman Cleaver now. When he was in Kansas City, he did do some good things for a lot of people in Kansas City. And then when he got into Congress, though he does co-sign a lot of the Democrats' bullshit, there are some bills that he's done, bipartisan deals, that were good. So him and I can't remember his Republican counterpart, which both of them have done some things as far as on the congressional level and put some things together that were good. Does that mean that because he did a couple of good things that he's overall good or bad? No, it's nuanced. I feel like, you know what? I don't give a shit how nuanced it is. I don't have the time for your bullshit. Any of you guys, I just don't have the time. So if you're only doing a little bit of evil, are you doing the maximum evil? I don't want to fucking deal with none of y'all.
Still doing evil.
Yeah, exactly. That's my perspective towards the whole. That's the reason why, for some of those people who are they're so anti-Kamala, but kind of like I feel like, yes, keep complaining and bitching about Kamala, cool. But when I hear this dude over here saying crazy ass shit, we just all just going for like 5-6 months, just gonna turn a blind eye, not even a criticism to nothing he say. And I and I believe and maybe I'm different because I do believe some of this fucked up shit that he talks about he does want to do.
Charlemagne went on CNN and talked to Anderson Cooper and got mad at Anderson Cooper and said that y'all not doing a good enough job with telling the public that Trump is a fascist. What has CNN not called Donald Trump from 2015 through 24?
So yeah, but I think Charlemagne, who does the donkey of the day, is a donkey his damn self. So I don't give him much credit. I don't give him respect. That's the reason why I don't listen to none of these people.
This is in connection with Democratic Party politics. This is what I'm choosing to focus on because they are talking to the people in my orbit, my era, my age group, my cultural type. They are trying to reach us most, and the other side doesn't care about us. They're not talking to us. But the other side is trying, and I'm saying it is very despicable. The efforts, what they're saying, what they're trying to do, all of it is disgusting.
But can I give you?
I would rather you do nothing and say that you hate me, as opposed to you saying, "Oh yeah, you know what? I'll let you go sleep in the barn. It's nothing but shit all over the floor. But yeah, you'll let me sleep there. I'd much rather just take my chances outside."
Okay. And I just want to give you some of my perspective. And this is a real situation that happened. Real situation. I'm talking to somebody, a family member, a close family member, who believes in the Bible. I show them something that it clearly tells them not to do in the Bible. Clearly. They tell me, oh, I know that. But they continue to do it anyway. And what I realized is, even if I have the information to show these people, if I keep trying to tell this person something and they can't get it, I gotta understand, at what point do I keep trying to press this person to get what I'm trying to tell them? At what point do I just gotta, okay, I've already told you my piece. My hands are done. I'm backing away. Do what you do with it. I'm not going to drive myself crazy trying to impress upon you information that I feel is simple for you to understand. And what's crazy part of it is many times they already understand that, but they've just decided, for whatever reason, I'm not going to listen to you. At that point, what do you do? Do you keep banging that drum onto that person? I don't feel I should keep banging that drum on that person. I just put out that information. If you take the information, good.
No, too many
If
of
you
my
decide to ignore my information, then there's nothing I can do about it.
too many of my people think that these are friendlies and they're not friendlies, so I don't have to warn them or tell them about the other side because that's already understood. It's not understood what is going on. It's not fully understood about what's going on this side for
Oh,
those who I care about. Not everybody, but it is, if I have a platform and I say a couple of things, then cool. But there's nobody I don't know who I cannot mention, right wing Republican, who doesn't have a whole bunch of at their fingertips ready to go. They locked and loaded. They could spray everything. You mentioned the other side, it's like they got a deuce.
but didn't Morpheus say it best though? Morpheus said it best. Sometimes a mind is too old to be taken out of the system. Some of these
Yeah.
people are just too hardwired in, and I feel like we are making a convincing case. You're not going to be more convincing by just being more forceful.
No, you won't. But I'm glad whenever I look at the younger people and I see that they're not into it, that they're not so caught up in right wing or left wing anything. They're just starting to look at things. Does this make sense? Yes or no? Who cares where it come from? Does it make
It,
sense? They're moving away from
it's
from
just like
that
you know how
dichotomy.
many Republicans I sit there and I'll be like, you do realize Kamala is a Marxist communist. I'm like, Kamala, you don't know that she's not a communist and Marxist. Well, I know that, but yes, they already know that. They a lot of these people, I think they do know it. They're so set in their own ways, in their own belief system, and they're not going to fucking move. They're not going to budge. I do believe a lot of these people know this stuff, and I think in order to be able, and
The
this is
people
what
who say
I
Kamala is a
this is.
Marxist or
Mhm.
communist are purposely lying to build
Mhm.
up their channels so they can get more money. They
Mhm.
know that she is not, they're not stupid. They're purposely playing their stupid audience.
Yeah, and their stupid audience, many of them don't really even know what a communist or a Marxist is in the first fucking place.
And that's not something that we should ascribe to either, because when you look at the same Zionists, came up with all these programs that unfortunately, even some communism, all this shit, like, you start looking at these things and it's like, yo, who created these, and who's a tool, who's a fan of this, and then you start really looking at it, it's like, yo, it's the same motherfuckers, man.
But I also believe that systems themselves are not necessarily inherently wrong or evil. It's how these systems are used. And no matter which one of these systems we switch to in this country, as long as there's that lever at the top which is controlling it, it's going to be manipulated however the fuck they want to use it. And so,
Well, the problem is that if they just left you alone, like for instance, if the people in a 5,000 mile radius from you, if you all decided on one particular type of system to, live your lives with, and it worked for you guys, at some point the government would send bombs in to, you know what I'm saying? Because you found a way to make it work without plugging into the system. They would be highly upset about that.
yeah, I guess that's all I got, man. I leave it there. I realize, especially like as a Hebrew Israelite, trying to impress upon my views to other people a lot of times, I just try, like I'll take it back to something that Tim Black used to say. I just sprinkle some facts on them. I just sprinkle a little bit on it. Hopefully that water, hopefully that seed will take root, and then enough water and over time will finally get that to grow into something. I just realized some of these people, they're not going to, especially in one or two conversations, convert. It's going to take time for them to actually, because honestly, what boils down to is trusting you. A lot of these people don't trust us, or not even necessarily us. I'm talking about us as in me, Chris, all of you out in the chat when you're telling this stuff. They don't necessarily trust what you're saying. They might love you, they might care about you, but they feel like, well, maybe they don't know what they're talking about. And so it's going to take time before that level of, okay, all right, I think Ruby, I think Atris, I think Deep State, you know, I think who else do we got here? Whoa, shit. Um, I think Anna over there. I think Hemcar. I think Traveler. I think all of these different people, they're actually the people who maybe they do have it right. And sometimes it just takes longer to reach through to some people.
You know what's funny? Ruby said a lot of people believe Kamala is communist because of her dad. If you go and just do the research about it, you can see that there was a bitter battle for custody. The father didn't win. He stayed there. He virtually had no uh, hand in her upbringing or her worldview. And so,
And I think
yeah,
that's
fine.
why she's fucked up the way she is.
Yeah, he might be a communist, but he's had no effect on her life, right? Even when she went on to again with Charlemagne in the Breakfast Club from 2020, when she said, "Oh yeah, I'm Jamaican, we smoke weed," her father came out and said, "No, we don't conduct ourselves like this. This is problematic, and I don't want anything to do with her." So the father already said he don't fuck with her at all. So to say that she's some type of Marxist
Dude,
or
a
Leninist,
lot of
whatever
Rastafarians don't even. A lot of Jamaican Rastafarians don't smoke weed,
yeah.
and that's what a lot of them were known for.
So it's not. It's her father has had the least amount of impact.
Mm-hmm.
The least. Most of it you can see is the mother's side. Canada. No. That's not her father.
Mm-hmm.
It's not her father's side. Anyway, man, we did a record, man. It's 3 a.m. It's like
I think
5.
we might have went longer, but this is definitely one of the longest.
Yeah. So people
Or
can
maybe
chop
it's
it
the
up.
longest we both have been on. I think this might be the longest we both have been on.
Yeah, but y'all could like chop it up, watch certain parts, all that other shit. Maybe Marcus chop it up or something.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I just come to a while to get to where I am on not just. I'm so detached from the system that I don't. These people don't. I'm like Charlemagne, whatever. I don't even hear what he's talking about. I literally just go to the I literally just go to look at this information. Do I agree with this? This. Let me research that. Let me double look, and then I just go through my process of trying to pick apart the information and then lay it out. I don't have a dog in this fight at all. I don't. I don't. I mean, there's so much stuff that I cover that I completely have no, like, as far as politics, I don't have a connection to this, people. Anybody who's listening, I don't have I continue. I don't even vote anymore. I don't believe in none of this stuff, even for issues that I might so-called believe in, because I believe that this system is just corrupt beyond repair. So I'm just
Yeah, it
watching
is.
it slowly just tear itself apart.
Here, as much as the amendment is whack regarding recreational weed, I'm looking forward to them, voters passing that at the very least. Because I'm just thinking about it. At least the police is off a nigga back on some level.
Yeah.
Even though it's set up a monopoly like this. This the choices they give you, right? Yo, You got the police on your ass, or you can let somebody set up a monopoly. I don't want the police on me.
Yep. I mean, here, dude, there's like more than 20 amendments on the bill, and it's every freaking election. There's a whole bunch on there, and you can never like I was telling Liz. I said when I was in Florida, when I was in Kansas, when I was in Missouri, when I was in all these other states, you can see the handful, and it gets put on TV so much. Pretty much everybody knows about the amendment, and they kind of feel either I'm to this side of it or that side of it, and it's kind of clear cut on most of the stuff. It's very little that you're really confused on the issue. But out here, I've never seen amendments written so lawyer like and so fucking confusing. I mean, and there's a bunch of them, and you don't know which way you're voting.
If you're not familiar with the language of of those things, it's going to confuse you because they never just say, hey, do you like yellow Skittles or red Skittles? They're like, Skittles could be any type of color, and if you had control but you don't have control, and they'll just go off on some kind of crazy shit like that, and the questions don't make sense, and it'll leave the uninitiated person feeling like I don't know which way to go.
Yep. Like when I was in Florida, they're a little bit more sloppy to catch where they're trying to BS you.
Yeah.
Because what they'll do is they just make it long and put it on the second page. That's like, for instance, when they had the key lime pie amendment. I don't know if you remember that. You remember that one, Chris? When they did, we're going to make key lime pie the actual amendment. And then when you get down like 4 paragraphs, you realize they want to move the state capital from Tallahassee to like Orlando or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, the fuck? What, y'all really tried to shove that in a key lime pie amendment? Because they hope that you're not going to read down 4 paragraphs.
Read through all the language, correct.
And I'm like, so even if we don't read that, you don't think the news is going to catch that and put that on the fucking news? I mean, it's like so dumb, when they do it. It's so fucking dumb.
They're so dumb.
Out here, they'll be like, with this bill, if you do that, it's going to raise the cost of this and it's going to raise the cost of that. And they tell you all these things. And then, like I tell people, you want a shortcut to reading the bills in California, the amendments, look for who supports it. When you know who supports the bill, you'll know what the real game is
about. Yeah.
Like the one about rent control out here. It's backed by the apartment complexes, the land developers, and somebody else. So no, they don't have the time to go through them out here. It's too many of them. They'll bring up like 1 or 2 of the amendments, and then you get to voting day and see all this shit on there and don't know what the fuck to do. But yeah, we could go ahead and end it on that note. I need to put all this shit up and then get some food in my belly. Plus, I really didn't figure we would go this long on because we didn't have a lot of pre-planned subjects, and also I worked like, I don't know, 20 plus more hours than I probably should have this week, and so I figured I'd be probably sleeping most of it. I mean, being up at 5 a.m, each day. Huh?
Probably in 6 hours I'll be on the road. I got a 3-hour road trip. So
man, your ass should have been asleep already. Good Lord. Yeah. You're gonna be dead tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, and I gotta drive. So, but shit, you play hard, you work hard, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
I won't force it. So
Damn,
shit,
yeah,
I'm gonna take
it's midnight here, so is it 3 in the morning there?
3. Yeah, 3:07, kid.
Jeez.
Yeah, man. We
Because
did the
at
math.
that point, 3 in the morning, I probably wouldn't even go to sleep. I'm like, oh, fuck it, I might as well just stay up.
No, I'm gonna go get about 4 hours.
That's what I've gotten all week, about 4 hours of sleep
Mm-hmm.
each
I'm
night. And
about
so
to
you
get
can
4
do that one or 2 days back to
hours.
back. But typically when you hit about 5 days of 4 hours, 4 hours of sleep, I mean, by the
Well,
time
at
that
least
weekend comes around,
some
you're
people.
done.
Yo, thank everybody for whoever stayed
Oh
with
yeah,
us.
especially
Commented.
anybody who's been here since the beginning. I
Or
mean, wow.
yeah,
Credit to especially anybody who's been hanging with us this whole time.
that was fly.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean,
well,
much
hey guys,
respect.
look, next week Saturday. What is that? No, yeah, next week Saturday. Damn, we already
Well,
in
let
November.
me look at the calendar. Yeah, it'll be definitely November. Actually, shit. Come on,
Yeah,
calendar. It'll be. Oh shit, we will be right before voting weekend. Yeah,
that'll
that'll
be
be
the
the second. That'll be the. No, actually, yeah, voting is next week. So that'll be what, 2 days?
yeah. That's what I said. Not 10 days.
2 days before the vote. And good luck to
Yeah.
all you Mama Gemmas out
Oh,
there.
maybe it is 10 days. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, good luck to all y'all out there. Oh, wait a minute. And next weekend, yeah. If we get Thomas should come on for next week. Next Friday is first day of American Indian Heritage. I guess now
Okay.
they just doing all this stuff, stringing it out for the whole month. Which okay, cool.
I guess
Which means
so.
I need to put in my vacation time. Go to Kansas City. You know, I should have thought about it. Look at the shirt that I'm wearing today.
Trial by combat.
And how we went today. We had a little combat. But I tell
It's all
people,
good.
me and Chris, we do go back and forth like this. This is not
Yeah, because
uncommon.
sometimes it's sometimes like whatever, just like with sports sometimes, me and my homies, we get into it, we argue and shit like that. It's all good. It's no, like, for me, it's nothing I carry past that, you know what I mean? I'm very much able to just keep it, okay, whatever, and then just move forward. I ain't holding on to shit. You know what I mean? And plus, we not,
Yep, there's
we ain't
Yonina. I know Yonina been here since the beginning. She was the first one in.
right? Neverland. All right, anyway, man, we out of here, man. Thank y'all for
All y'all get some sleep. I appreciate. I love all y'all. I mean, whether you're
all right,
listening
y'all.
on this side, the other side, every side, or you watch this later on and you watch it through, even if you didn't make it the whole way through, the fact that you tuned in at all to hang with us, much love to y'all, much appreciation to y'all, blessings to your families, and this has been the Political Matrix. I'm Marcus Young Morpheus Cage here with my brother, Mr. Chris Cy Lawson, signing
All
off.
right,
Y'all have a good one, and ready to see the Chiefs with D Hop tomorrow. Very excited.
Super Bowl kid.
Yes, three-peat for the first time. Could be considered one of the greatest football teams in history.
Facts.
Ha ha ha! Yeah, Yonina. Ha ha! Motherfucking ha! All right, bye, y'all.
Y'all, peace.